You're watching the Action Sports Jax 24/7 network. Now it's time for the Brent Austen Show.
Doug Pederson out as the head coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars, and that brings us to a special edition of the Brent Austen Show, a little bit earlier than normal, from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. We'll still have it, but we're jumping in a little bit early today as we get the news of Doug Pederson being fired. Not surprising news at all. The surprising news is on the other side, and unbelievable news, really, in many respects. But Shad Khan is doing the unthinkable. Shad Khan is outside the box, and I'm not sure in a good way. Shad Khan is hard to defend on this one. Trent Baalke, as of now, is back. And I say as of now because I'll give you some theories I have on this, and I might be dead wrong, and I think I might just be in denial on it, too. There's a part of that, I'll admit to that. But I'll take you through some of that, of my thinking, because we've been talking about this for so long. We've been talking about it on the weekend. I've been talking to people over the weekend, and we just knew all scenarios were in play. There were 4 scenarios. Clean sweep, say, hey, we're coming back with you both. One stays, the other stays. So those are 4 scenarios, and we got one of the scenarios, but I thought it was the least likely scenario. Man, I guess I have no feel for this thing. If you think from a logical standpoint, then you're thinking wrong. I mean, you're just thinking wrong. So anyway, obviously the angst right now is the GM Trent Baalke staying. And I want to get into that. But I also think the news is Doug Pederson and Doug Pederson fired. Which, again, I would say if you had to keep one or the other, Pederson made more sense to me to keep in a lot of different respects. But that is not happening. One other note now, and I will say this, and I just saw this, so apologies for that. Somebody had asked, are they going to talk? And when you sit down, I kind of joked like, yeah, sit down, right. Well, they are going to talk. They learned from last year. And they are going to do a Zoom call today because Shad is not here in Jacksonville, from my understanding. And Trent Baalke and Shad Khan are going to talk at 2 o'clock. So, I mean, there is that. I don't know if that makes anybody feel better. I just think we're going to get an explanation, which is much better. At least the organization learned from last year where it was a mess, where they didn't talk. Trent Baalke didn't talk for 2.5 weeks. So I'll give them that they're coming out and trying to explain this move. But, I mean, just it's almost unfathomable, that this is the situation. Let's talk Doug first. No surprise here. Doug Pederson let go. And I do think it's the right move. I think it's the right move, even though I think the other one's the wrong one. But I think this one's the right move because this had hit a stale point for Doug Pederson. And he just couldn't figure it out. And I think I'm going to continue to say this, and I'll say this forever. And I know Doug and I don't think I'm Doug's favorite person in the world. I could probably safe to say that. Although he was always very nice and cordial and all those things. I will say that. But I really feel bad in days like this. I always had a pretty good relationship with the Jags coaches over the years, even when they were to let go. And, we got to see Gus Bradley yesterday. I mean, Mike Mularkey comes on the show, and we don't really do much with Doug Marrone right now. But I always feel like you have good relationships with guys. This one just went a little weird this year. At least it felt like with Doug Pederson. But that does not change the way I feel about Doug. I don't have any animosity toward Doug. I also think Doug is a good football coach. I will say that. I think he's a good football coach. I have no problem saying that. And you're like, oh, yeah, all right, no way. No, he is. I think he is. I think the statement said that, and I think Shad was right about that. I think he got a Lombardi trophy for crying out loud, right? It just didn't seem, he couldn't sustain it. And that was one of his problems in Philly. He couldn't sustain it. And now he can't sustain it here in Jacksonville either. He got there. He got to the spot, and then he just couldn't sustain. Now, Philly's different, right? You're not going to sustain Super Bowl success all the time. Very few organizations do that. The Patriots and Chiefs come to mind most recently. But it still fell off more. It didn't feel like you were going to go back there. And that was kind of the case here in Jacksonville. I mean, they have won no games of consequence in the last calendar year plus. So they have now lost 18 out of 23 games. They once won 15 out of 20 games, which, by the way, was the best record over that stretch in the NFL. And now this is one of the worst. 18 out of 23 losses. Just couldn't figure it out. And yesterday was apropos. It was an overtime loss, another close loss. Historically bad. I stole this from Mike DiRocco. He said, according to ESPN, 10 losses by one score is the most in the modern era since 1966. I mean, that's how strange this season is in Jacksonville. If anything, I would have maybe said, if I'm Shad Khan, this season's so strange, I'm going to run it back with both these guys because that's going to tip. The balance is going to tip. But he does fire Doug Pederson and keeps Trent Baalke. So Doug Pederson becomes a little bit of a footnote right away here that he's the guy fired because it's the guy that stays that gets all the attention. Can you talk, or are you all settled in there, Hamby? What's your thoughts on this originally? Because we're seeing it all over social media. We're going to get the chat's thoughts, and I know where you're going to go with this. There's not a person in Jacksonville. There's not a person in Jacksonville that thinks this is the right move, other than Trent Baalke and his family, and apparently Shad Khan. But there is not a person in Jacksonville that thinks this is the right move, right?
No, I mean, look, when you have a guy fired 3 years in, and all anybody ever wants to talk about right now is the guy who didn't get fired. That should tell you all you need to know. Nobody wants to, because everybody has certain candidates that they want, right? Everybody wants Ben Johnson, or a lot of people want Liam Cohen or whoever. Everybody just thinks that this is just going to, the arranged marriage that we've seen this before with the head coach and the general manager. We saw that with Trent and Doug, obviously. And that it's really going to hurt our chances to go get the guy we want, and we're going to be stuck with a lower tier, and you can fill in the blank with whoever name that is, but that this is just as much on Trent because he has a worse record in his tenure than Doug, right? And everybody's saying, this is going to set us back 3-4 years. Like the fact that Shad can't see this, and what kind of power does Trent Baalke have that he is almost always liable to escape or survive or fill in the blank with whatever word, but yeah, nobody can believe it.
Yeah, I mean, listen, and I want you to keep an eye on the chat, too. I'd like to get the chat involved. Appreciate everybody jumping on here this morning and jumping in early. And, of course, we'll get Austin. Austin's down in South Florida as he begins training for his UFC fight, so he'll be in. The locker room is open around 10:30. Stuart Weber and Marcel Robinson are going to be down there. So we'll have team coverage all over the place. A little tricky. We just got back. We're trying to figure out when everything is. And on top of that, we got a show to do. It's a different time frame for some of this breaking news. I'm used to doing the 3 to 6 hour where we can get down there. So we're balancing some things, but we got it all covered for you throughout the day, not just right now, but a little early jump start on all this. And I guess I'll get right into it. But again, it's worth reiterating this. Not one person in Jacksonville thinks this is a good move. I mean, my text chains are unbelievable. I mean, it's unbelievable. Like what people firing off. It's not a Doug thing. Heck, you're going to get people that now feel bad for Doug. Because what this looks like is the fact that Trent played the political game again and won.
Yeah.
See, the story is that Trent knows how the league works. And there are a lot of guys do know how the league works, and they can survival. And Trent is a survivor in the NFL. Went away for a few years, comes back here in Jacksonville, assistant to Dave Caldwell, and then survives the changeover of Urban Meyer somehow. And this now another one. I mean, it's actually amazing. It's amazing. I mean, he is. Listen, and I've been a guy that's defended Trent around here at times. Okay? So, like, I do not come from the animosity of the clown movement and everything. I thought that was ridiculous. I thought that part was crazy. I've said multiple times, listen, Trent's not a bad guy. He's been painted as a bad guy. I don't think he's a bad guy. I've actually heard from many people he's a good football guy. I think there's more to it, though, as the GM of the organization. And I think the relationship part, he's not a relationship, warm and fuzzy kind of guy in the building. I think that matters in the building, even internally, some of the things. I think you have people actively rooting against him in the building because of that stuff and probably other things that I don't even know. And so, but I think like the Doug and him stuff was better overall than anybody even could have imagined. I think we were touting, and you got to admit this now, the roster going back to the summer, going into this season, like, hey, done a pretty good job putting this thing together. I see what he did in the moves in free agency. But that's not our job to get it right. It's his job to get it right. And quite frankly, he hasn't got enough right because look what just happened. And he also probably is the guy that told the owner to stand up in front of the team meeting and say, this is the best team ever assembled. And that guy's surviving. How does this happen? I mean, how does this happen? It's pretty amazing, Hamby. Like, I know you haven't been around this, but I've been around through a lot of different iterations of this Jaguars stuff. I watched Shad Khan work. I kind of try to put myself in his mindset of where's he going with this. And I really thought even this time this was the least likely. I had heard that everybody else was saying too, not everybody, but some people are saying, hey, Trent could survive this, right? The league thought Trent could survive this a couple of weeks ago. And then it started to shift like, okay, nobody's going to survive. And I'm like, where is that coming from? That Trent is going to survive this. And my guy's like, well, it's probably coming from Trent, right? Because Trent has been a leak, I think, at times in that building to the people that he wants the stuff out to. But he actually is. Like, he's surviving this, at least for the moment. I'm going to get to my theory here in a bit, but we got to take it for what it's. He's talking today. He's part of the leadership of this organization. And why?
It makes me think that there was really never a doubt from Shad between him. I mean, even going back to the Walker Little contract extension that we were up in arms with everybody else in Jacksonville of after the worst loss in franchise history, you're on track to win, 3 games at the time, and he's given out a 3-year deal. Well, to me, that tells me that this was literally never in doubt. That Baalke and Shad almost had a pre-existing spoken agreement above and beyond the contract that he was guaranteed to be here next season. Otherwise, he wouldn't have committed the dollars into the future at the time. And I mean, within the statement, it just seemed like it wasn't even something that Shad had to even anticipate answering for, or even jumping out ahead of and saying, he just sung his praises and said.
Well, I disagree with you there. Let me get to the statement part. Because I know we haven't really had time to even throw this on a graphic. Probably works a little different than throwing it up on a TV graphic. But let me read it. And it says, I had the difficult task this morning of informing Doug Pederson of my intention to hire a new head coach to lead the Jacksonville Jaguars. Doug is an accomplished football man who will undoubtedly enjoy another chapter in his impressive NFL career, and I will be rooting for Doug and his wife, Jeannie, when that occasion arrives. As much as Doug and I both wish his experience in Jacksonville would have ended better, I have an obligation first and foremost to serve the best interests of our team and especially our fans, who faithfully support our team and overdue to be rewarded. In that spirit, the time to summon new leadership is now. I strongly believe it is possible next season to restore the winning environment we had here not long ago. I will collaborate with General Manager Trent Baalke and others within and close to our organization to hire a leader who shares my ambition and is ready to seize the extraordinary opportunity we offer in Jacksonville. Let me read that again, okay? So he does the Doug part. Thinks they can get back to winning. And by the way, I agree. You get back to winning. And then that last little part. Good job, Hamby. I will collaborate with General Manager Trent Baalke and others within and close to our organization to hire a leader who shares my ambition and is ready to seize the extraordinary opportunity we offer in Jacksonville. What I would like you to do, Hamby, if you get a chance, this just popped in my mind, so sorry I didn't tell you earlier. Go see the 2022 version of keeping Trent Baalke, if there was a statement, or maybe even the 2021 version, wherever that was. But when you say I will collaborate with General Manager Trent Baalke and others, this is important right there. First of all, that's not, I believe Trent Baalke is the guy to lead us in the direction and help us hire the next coach, to win a championship, all those kind of things. All the things that you could have said. No, this was no belief in Trent Baalke. This was no ringing endorsement of Trent Baalke. This was not admiration for Trent Baalke. This was, I will collaborate with him. That's not that strong to me. And maybe I'm going to overdo this statement, but believe me, I know the guy that helps write the Jag statements, he's pretty damn good, okay? Like, really good. And so I think there's some movement here in this statement for the Jags and for Shad. And so I'll just get it out on the table here. I've reached out and asked a couple of people, haven't got responses, but my theory, my working theory here is twofold. Well, threefold. This is not a ringing endorsement of Trent Baalke. And yes, he's in place right now, but that doesn't mean he's extended and staying and everything else for the long term. I also think this lends to, I will collaborate with General Manager Trent Baalke and others. Well, who's your others? Your others is Tony Khan, which means this to me tells me that we're going to see an executive vice president or someone in that role that's being added to the organization. Now, again, I've suggested to Tony Baselli. I don't think it'll be Tony Baselli. I don't think Tony Baselli and Trent Baalke are working together. So if Baalke's the guy, I highly doubt that's going to be the puzzle piece. Now, I might be wrong, but I highly doubt that's the puzzle piece. And then, so my last and big working theory here is you need somebody to help in transition, much like he did when Urban got fired, to help you start that process. And that was a long process, an arduous process of finding Doug Pederson, even though they interviewed him right away, but it was like a 42-day thing. And so he's your football guy, Trent Baalke, and by many accounts, not a bad football guy. You can ask people in league circles, not a bad football guy. But he is the guy to lead and be a GM? I don't think so. I think many people would say, I don't think so. He's probably, this is the only organization in the NFL he would be the GM of. But remember that retirement stuff last year?
Yep.
Could we see Trent Baalke be a part of the transition team here to help get the next stuff in place? EVP, head coach, potentially a new GM, and then say, I'm retiring. And again, I'm going to be completely honest with you. I have not heard that. I don't know that. I've tried to check on that, haven't had anything back. And I might just flat out be in denial here in Jacksonville. I might. But I don't buy through this endorsement and through logic that this guy is going to be the GM the next 3 years in Jacksonville. Maybe I'm just an idiot. There's a real decent chance of that. But logic, denial, call it what it is, I don't know, but there's something more here to me. There's something more to this statement here than me. And if you can go get a search firm, but maybe Shad doesn't want to have a search firm. And so this is part of his search firm. Included in that is going to be whoever else, probably Tony Khan, but maybe you do have a Baselli or somebody else be in that room. You make that a robust, you put your own firm together, quite frankly. Because he's gone the search firm way before, and maybe he doesn't want to do that. So we'll see. Again, I'm just talking here. I'm just telling you how I'm thinking. I do not see this as it's going to be Trent Baalke and whoever we hire is the team going forward. I think there's way more to that. Am I out of my mind?
So the key to you is and others. We're collaborating with Trent and others because we know Shad's circle is so small that almost seems to. Now that makes us wonder if there are other people coming on. Is that's what you're saying here?
Well, I think this screams EVP. He almost went EVP last time, and he almost did. And then they pulled it back at the last second. I think he's actually on record as saying he was going to go EVP. I thought he said that somewhere and then decided against it. I got to go back to that news conference. But I know it was in the works, and then kind of said, okay, we don't need it. Right? We're already doing an arranged marriage. We're going to work this out. By the way, I got that. My thought on that time was you don't want too many cooks in the kitchen, right? You're already bringing in Doug. He doesn't really know Trent. I mean, make that work out. It's easier to get two people to work out rather than three, right? And so I kind of understood that. I kind of like that, actually, in many respects. But this, to me, screams like others means they're bringing more infrastructure in. And Good Morning Football, Peter Schrager, he just had a report in the last hour or so where he said the difference here is the coach will report to Shad, not to Trent Baalke. Well, you're stripping power from Trent Baalke then. He's not the guy in charge. And sorry, just getting a text in. And so, again, if that's going to be the structure, really, I don't know how that helps you win games. It's just really a pecking order. Okay. But, I mean, I got the feeling Doug Pederson, if he wanted to call Shad Khan, he could call Shad Khan too. I don't know what reporting necessarily looks like and means. But there are two things here for me, Hamby. One is others, which to me says there's going to be more infrastructure in the front office. Is that by label an executive vice president? We label it that way because people know what it is. Even when I wrote the article and said Tony Baselli, I didn't necessarily think you had to label him executive vice president. You could have just labeled him something, and he's a part of the organization front office. So I don't care what that label looks like. I'm not a big title guy, but I think you need more infrastructure in the front office, regardless of Baalke or not, by the way. I think that's important. So, and then the other part of this to me that again gets kind of, I will collaborate. The only thing he said is I'll collaborate with general manager Trent Baalke. He did not say Trent's done a great job. We believe in the roster. He put it together. He's going to be the guy to deliver us a Super Bowl title. He's going to be the guy to pick a good coach. I mean, no. I mean, listen, Trent Baalke now has been with Doug Marrone. He wasn't in charge at the time, but Urban Meyer, God bless him, but also now Doug Pederson. I mean, how much power can one guy get with such a resume that's not so profound? Yeah. I mean, this isn't like a guy that's a legend. It's not Bill Polian. I mean, if Bill Polian was the guy here in Jacksonville, then it would be one thing. This, I don't think this is over. I don't think. We'll see what Shad says today, and we'll see how adamant he sounds. The statement to me isn't adamant. The statement to me is not, this is rock solid, this is the way it's going to be. I don't feel that.
All right. Well, Brent, take it as if it is, because certainly the entire fan base is taking this as he's here and he's here to stay. And the relationship is almost so secure that it is what it is. Yes, it maybe wasn't a ringing endorsement within the statement itself, but just the fact that he's staying, is Shad listening to the fans? Like, obviously, we don't know much about his entire process and how he goes about making decisions, and we know, we've said many times that his circle is so small. But what does this say about Shad that this hasn't that it wasn't just a sweep right away, that it wasn't clear, that we're in this position to begin with, and looking at another tenure, another arranged marriage where Baalke gets to control the helm. Yet, as you said, he would not be a general manager on any of the other 31 football teams in the NFL.
Listen, I'll tell you this, Hamby. He doesn't listen to that sounds wrong. I think he has a feel of the angst and everything else. But this is what I said after the Detroit game. I think in part, he's not making a move right then because he's not listening to the fans. Like, I don't think you want to run, well, I get the view that I don't think he wants to run the organization like I'm going to be emotional and reactionary to the fan base. I think that was one of the reasons why they didn't make any moves right around Detroit. It was so up in arms, where it's like, hey, I'm not doing this based off one game, based off reaction, blah, 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 blah. And I know we can argue that until we're blue in the face. I'm not trying to defend it. I'm just telling you where I think, okay? There's nothing to defend here right now. There's really nothing to defend. And we thought we could get to this point. Somebody asked me yesterday in the press box, like, what are you saying if they stay tomorrow? I'm like, one, I hadn't really thought about it too much because I don't think it's that big of a possibility of them both staying. But I said it's going to be really hard to defend the owner in his decision. Like, I can see logic. And by the way, my job isn't to defend the owner. I'm not trying to say I have to defend the owner. I think we've been plenty critical over this whole past year of everybody involved in the Jags organization. But my point is, I always like to look around it and see, like, okay, what are they thinking? What are they seeing? I can't see it. I can't see it. And listen, I'm not a guy that believes every rumor that comes out of the building and every agenda that comes out of the building on Trent Baalke. I'm not saying he's the worst guy in the world. This is a bad move. This is a bad look. There's better options. And you got to stop this arranged marriage stuff, too. Like, stop with, okay, we fire this guy and we're going to now put him in with this guy, and then we're going to do this, and we're going to put him in with this guy. No, just clean slate it. The best vision this organization actually had, and the results weren't there, but the best vision that this organization had was 2013 when they wiped the slate clean and they got Gus Bradley in along with Dave Caldwell. And again, I'm not trying to tell you that worked and that was the best, rendition of all this. But the vision was there. They said, we're stripping it down. It's going to take us 3-4 years. What happened, it took too long. It took to a 5th year. But they had a vision of it, where they're going. What's the vision here? If Trent Baalke's vision hasn't really worked, They've lost 18 of the last 23 games. So now we get Ben Johnson or whoever else's vision. We'll get into that part. Will anybody even take the job in a minute? But so their vision versus his vision versus Shad visions. We got too many visions. We need people on the same page. And again, if you go back to Dave and Gus, they had a same page kind of vision. Now, that doesn't mean the other guys didn't try to have a same page kind of vision. You just didn't know because it was arranged. Again, even Coughlin and Marrone. I mean, didn't it kind of feel like Marrone was a little bit of a puppet in the early stages of that until he kind of figured things out and got a lot more respect and and did a pretty good job to kind of earn it. But then he started pointing fingers down the hallway and that thing splintered. So when you have this stuff, and by the way, just to take you back there, Tom Coughlin's in a position where nobody else put him in the National Football League as an EVP. And therefore, that left only two real candidates for the job, Marrone and Mike Smith, if you remember. So you limited your candidacy on head coach because who's going to work with Tom in that capacity? So, again, you need a vision. And when you have a vision, you need a clean slate. And I'm not convinced we're still not going to get that. I don't think this is a lifetime contract for Trent Baalke. But at least what you just said, I think, is important too. It's what we've got. Trent Baalke's staying. And so you got to anticipate. I'm not telling you my theory's right. I'm just saying I'm not locking the door on that, and that might be flat out denial. If I had to sit on a couch right now, they'd be like, Brent, you're in denial. And I might be, bitch, because I don't get the logic. I don't get the vision. I don't see this. Like, what is he seeing? What is he not feeling? He's a very smart man. He knows what's going on. Tony knows exactly what's going on. Tony Khan.
I find it funny that all the fans always plead to Tony.
I know.
Tony, hear us. Tony, just because he's on social media and he's young, I guess that's the only reason. But I don't think that's worked in the past, and I don't think he's like funneling your comments to Shad so he will hear you. Yeah,
I think there's one decision maker here. I think it's Shad Khan. It doesn't mean he doesn't lean on Tony, and Tony's going to probably run this thing at some point down the road. But that doesn't mean he's doing it now.
I mean, look, is the vision from Shad, I mean, I guess we could all probably guess what it is that he still believes in the roster and he sees all of the one-score games and just thinks, look, a better coach, we still had the roster, but a better coach would get a little bit more out of each player. And, we flipped 5 of those 10 one-score games. That's 5 wins, and then we're in the playoffs. Like, is that as simple as it could be for a guy maybe like Shad Khan, where he's so zeroed in on all of the one-score games that all he sees is the coaching, and he sees the guys, that the contracts that he pays out, and he still believes in those players. So then automatically it's not Trent Baalke's fault. Like, obviously, I don't think any fan would say it's one-sided in the slightest, but is it that simple?
I don't think there's anything simple enough on there. I don't think this can be that simple. There's nothing simple on the resume of Baalke to suggest that it's... Now, listen, to go along with what you just said, he likes to blame one person. He likes to put the blame on one person. He's done that. I mean, go back to Gus Bradley. I mean, he blamed Gene Smith and Malarkey at that time, but that was year one. He blamed Gus Bradley and said, hey, we're keeping everything else together. I mean, remember, the whole staff basically was still here other than Gus, if I remember correctly. And then he blamed who? Tom Coughlin. You're out. Doug and Dave staying. Then he blamed Urban Meyer. Trent staying. Now he's blaming Pederson. Trent for now staying. So, hey, listen, you got some, I know we got chats going crazy.
Yeah.
So, and we got 3 hours of this today, and we'll get to Doug and all the stuff. I jump in on the chat a little bit, and let me know what they're saying so we can give folks a chance to voice their opinion through YouTube and Twitter and Facebook and Twitch, because I know everybody's up in arms about it.
Well, so far, I mean, literally 80% of all of the comments are about Trent, that he's staying, which is, again, that's very telling, considering Doug is the one that got fired, and Doug is he's barely mentioned in these comments. But Z Fortner 89, I feel like if Doug took over play calling like Shad wanted, he would still be here. Is that still?
Well, listen. There are two huge things in the room. One for Baalke and one for Pederson. And we're assuming that Baalke was the guy that told him he had the best team ever assembled or one of, right? Shad may have just said that on his own, but Baalke might have said, listen, we got a damn good roster. We're ready to go, right? And that would come from the GM. Why would the coach ever say that and set himself up that way? And then the coach part is, hey, you told me the offense, we're going to be good. I don't need to call plays. So both of those guys, to me, have reason to be like, this is where precedent was with Shad. You tell me this, and you get this. This is the classic overpromise, underdeliver. You're out.
Right.
I'm done with you. And he did that with Doug. And again, you're saying it. I just had a text from Ben Becker. Is like, could it just be that, hey, if you don't win close games, that's on the coach? Yeah. I think that's why the angst in the last half of the season went on Doug, because he couldn't win close games. But I think we can't also be fooled by the plan. We can't be fooled by the plan of you signing Eric Armstead and whatever agreement you guys had on Eric Armstead, whatever that is. That whole free agency class, you spent the owner's money and got nothing but Mitch Morse out of it. That's bad. That's on you. A lot of people are going the Trayvon Walker one. I don't really get that. Trayvon's been fine. I think a part why they're, at least why you got a chance moving forward. I know the Aiden Hutchinson stuff, but you wouldn't have had Aiden Hutchinson this year either. So, I mean, we can talk about the picks, but he also did a nice job with Brian Thomas Jr., right? So I think there are some still good things about Trent that he's done, but it's bigger than that. This is not just player acquisition at the GM spot. I think that's what people are missing. There's an infrastructure here. There's a protection of the organization here. There's a way you message people here. There's a how you treat people here. There's a relationship stuff here. It's bigger than just player acquisition at the GM job. And Trent Baalke doesn't look good at all the other stuff. We can go back and forth on the player acquisition part. But there ain't a warm and fuzzy feeling in that building like we're going in a direction that's going to lead to a Super Bowl someday. That's part of the GM's job. Relationships in the building, outside the building, somewhat non-existent. That's part of the GM's job. Messaging. Took you 2.5 weeks to get out in front of the camera and say, this ain't ever going to happen again last year after losing 5 out of 6. Part of the GM's job. If the GM has control, you make the coach call plays. Maybe part of the GM's job. So he's failed in a lot of other areas than just picking players. I mean, picking players is a tough thing to do sometimes. A lot of organizations have that. I'll give you another one. Nice locker room. Great. We got a bunch of good guys. And I appreciate that. And I salute those guys. But the right mix is not there. Because just as much as Doug, who knows how to win football games in the league, can't get them over the top for the last calendar year plus, well, the makeup isn't correct. What do we keep saying? We need a couple more guys that are going to throw stuff across the room. There's part of that makeup and chemistry. He's missed there. He missed last year. He didn't know how to finish. He tries to bring him in. Well, he misses this year because the guys that he brought in aren't good enough to play. Forget about trying to drag him across the finish line late in the year. They couldn't drag him across the finish line with 3 minutes to go in a football game. That's not just on the coaching staff. They certainly have a part of that, and so do the players, by the way. But that's part of the GM's job, too. So, he's missed on a lot of these different areas. This is not a resounding resume that I'm throwing at you. I think the best part of Trent Baalke's resume is actually the building of the team. The actual players. And we can argue that, and you can argue that, and you will argue that, and that's fine. But I'm telling you, if that's the best part, and that's debatable,
right?
What about all the rest? I mean, did Brian Thomas Jr. save his job?
That would be historic.
I mean, is that what we're looking at?
I mean, what else? Brent, since in the last hour, since I've been monitoring chat and whatever, Twitter and everything, the single most prevailing thought, comment I've seen over and over and over is people hoping that Baalke is just around for transition and then he's retiring.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
So do they like my theory, or do they already have the theory?
They like that.
Okay, good.
They like that.
I wasn't stealing it, by the way, because I haven't seen the chat. It's just one that I haven't been able to articulate until now.
But yeah, I mean, even ever since, it's just like everybody's hoping, please, just help with the transition and retire. I just think that says so much about where we are as a franchise, and I get that everybody's will hop on Twitter immediately after the news and say this is what a poverty franchise does, an organization that refuse to make all the necessary moves to move forward, and they always hang on way longer than they need to, and this is why we have not, fill in the blank. But I get it. I get that, because look, the fact that we're hoping that this guy's going to retire when we have no, and I'm not saying that I have no idea, but we have no reason to believe that he is. But the fact that so many people are hoping for that when there's really nothing, to backing that up, that it's even on the table, is insane to me.
Yeah. What are we going to get out of them? What do you need to hear? What do the fans need to hear? You can jump in on this. We're going to take a break here in just a couple minutes. I mean, maybe we'll just go to 55 here, right? Because we're already kind of past at 50.
Yeah.
So we'll go to at 55. We're going to take a timeout, and then we're going to start normally where we would start. It's a little bonus edition. We couldn't wait until 10 o'clock here today. So I'll put this out there for the start of the show, and then we get till 1 o'clock. We're going to be down in the locker room. We got all this other stuff going on today. But now, what was I asking? Oh yeah, what do you want to hear from them? Because what can you hear from them?
Oh, man, I can't wait to hear what Austen has on that.
Well, not Austen, but I mean with Shad and Trent today, they're talking at 2 o'clock.
No, yeah.
So what can they say that's going to, they're really up against it here now. They're really up against it. Because I don't know what you can say that makes people feel better. I mean, I suggested this to folks over the weekend. Man, try to get Trevor out there on Monday. Try to get Trevor out there if you can. I know the baby situation, and now it turns out he did have the baby, and so that's going to probably muddy that up today in the locker room, but I think the plans were for him to talk, and I was like, get him out there if you can get him out there, because he's a calming influence. When Trevor talks, people listen. When Trevor talks, people believe. And I kind of joked. I was like, even during the season, you get out there on a Wednesday, Trevor talks, people are like, okay, I feel it, and then Sunday happens, and then all right, well, that didn't work. Right? But I'm just saying that's the kind of belief, Trevor does have that. And so I think it's important. This isn't Trevor talking, is my point. This is Shad Khan, who people now are not happy with, and Trent Baalke, who people have never been happy with. And so I'm not telling you, this isn't like a political vote here. You don't need to win anybody over in that regard. But there is an element of that's like, okay, what are you going to do to make everybody feel better? How are you selling this? I've argued that you don't need to sell the football team next year because you're selling the stadium in 2028. But, I mean, there's still an element of how do we sell this football team that's going to hopefully do well in 2025? What's the sell?
It'll be 100% dependent on who they bring in as the head coach.
It's going to be who the head coach is. And so we haven't had this part yet, and we'll get to this right at 10 o'clock after we get Austen's initial thoughts. But does this hamper who you bring in? Many people believe yes, but I think it's important to note the Byron Leftwich stuff. Everybody thought that was the case, and at least he said in an article this past week that wasn't the case. So I wouldn't believe everything you read in here, but I do think there's an element of that's out there, and Austen's had this too from people that he knows about players. So there's an element there that Baalke is a little bit of a roadblock. I don't know if he's as much of one as everybody says, but he's definitely a little bit of one. So does that hamper who you could get in this cycle? How hard is it going to be to get the next guy to replace him? Doug Pederson fired, Trent Baalke staying, Shad Khan, Trent Baalke talking today at 2 o'clock. That was just a little extra, a little bonus. Brent Austen Show, 10 o'clock, right after this. If you need a quality play this football season at your home, call That One Painter First Coast. Locally owned and operated, experienced employees, no builder-grade materials. And there's more, and for that, we throw it to Noah Schlicksup. That One Painter First Coast can apparently help your kicking game, too.
Well, after my failure on skinny sticks last year on Creekside game day, I've spent a lot of time out here at Creekside practicing my kicks. There's only one issue. How is that even possible? The good news is I know exactly who can help. That One Painter can handle all your painting needs, from field goal posts to cabinets to stucco. They got you covered. Though they may not be able to help with my kicking, they can certainly help with the posts. Call That One Painter First Coast today for all your painting needs at 904-495-1373.
People helping people. It's at the core of what Alive Credit Union is all about, and it's been that way for over 70 years. From the start in 1954 to today, the mission remains to inspire financial wellness and give you a financially fit lifestyle. Alive Credit Union and its employees are committed to not only serving their valued members, but also our community here in Northeast Florida. I had a chance to see that commitment firsthand as Alive partnered with our Action Sports Jacks 24/7 team to bring you Armada men's and women's soccer broadcasts. Inside the 18, it is a shot, and it's a goal! Chloe Chivers! And that connection to the community continues with Alive Credit Union's support of the Police Athletic League of Jacksonville. Alive Credit Union's commitment to our community also involves serving the financial needs of all first responders through the recent merger partnership with City and Police Federal Credit Union. Join the community and become a member of Alive Credit Union today. Find out the many ways you can be inspired in financial wellness at alivecu.coop.
Burgers or breakfast, you can get it all at Whataburger. Try something new on the menu or an all-time favorite like the Whataburger Patty Melt.
And now you can have breakfast here at Whataburger 12 hours a day, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m. Menu items like the bacon taquito, sausage taquito, honey butter chicken biscuit. Whether you work the late night shift, just want a snack early in the morning to get your day started, or a little pick-me-up late in the morning, 12 hours a day, breakfast served, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m.
A dozen locations in Jacksonville. You can order pickup or delivery and download the Whataburger app. New rewards members get free Whataburger items when placing their first online order. Just download the app. And for us coffee drinkers, Whataburger has all new hot coffee and iced coffee too. Satisfy that coffee craving at Whataburger 24/7, and it comes in a variety of flavors. Burgers, breakfast, coffee, and so much more. Whataburger, just like you like it.
For the game day hustle and every day in between. Juggling my show, Jag Social, to going under the Friday night lights and a social life, it's a daily tournament. But this ride, MVP status. The all-new 2024 Lincoln Nautilus isn't just my car, it's my personal locker room, office on the go, and VIP lounge on wheels. Let's talk tech. My profile remembers everything from customizing my dash display to setting the ambient lighting and my signature scent. And wireless charging, essential for live tweeting scores. Whether I'm packing for a beach day with friends or heading to the gym, there's space for every passion. After dominating all day, this becomes my recovery zone. The massage feature is like having a personal PT on call. Life's a non-stop game, but with this ride, I'm always on my A game. The 2024 Lincoln Nautilus. Drive your passion.
If you don't see a pit, it ain't legit. When you hear that, you think Bono's Pit Barbecue, a staple in Northeast Florida now for 75 years. A place that feels like home with friendly service, a meeting place for friends, family, or business occasions. On the menu, the corn nuggets are a favorite in our house, but there's something for everyone. Sandwiches, platters, salads, sides, desserts, and family feasts. You see Bono's all over the place in Northeast Florida. You know, there are almost 20 locations in the Jacksonville area now, so stop on by, sit down, and dine in with Bono's. You can also take it to go. There are drive-thrus in many of the locations, and they have delivery options too. Just download the Bono's app to make things easy. I signed up for the loyalty program, and you can too, to get special offers. If Jacksonville is home, few things feel more Jacksonville than Bono's Pit Barbecue. Celebrate 75 years and many more to come. Bono's Pit Barbecue. If you don't see a pit, it ain't legit.
Welcome back to the Brent and Austen Show, streaming on the Action Sports Jacks 24/7 network.
Well, there they are, smiles for the last couple of years. And, I really do think this relationship was better than a lot of people let it on to be. I gave them a lot of credit for that. And obviously the high point right there in 22, coming back to beat the Chargers. They'll always have that. I thought Doug was really onto something. I raved about how good Doug Pederson was in 22 and early 23. I really did. Go back and listen. And now he's fired, and you just couldn't figure it out the last, quite frankly, 13 months. Really couldn't figure it out. And Doug Pederson's a footnote now in this story because Trent Baalke is the guy that's coming back. Welcome to the Brent Austen Show. This is now the normal time. We give you a little bonus edition at 9:15. Just a wild, really, it's been a wild couple of years. You know, it really a wild tenure. I mean, go way back. It's been a wild 5 years. I mean, this really started with the hiring of Urban Meyer, and ever since then, it's been pretty wacky. And some highs, not enough of them, and then just some weird stuff and feels like illogical things at times, including the fact that the Jags lost 10 games this season by one score. Illogical. Like, it doesn't happen in the NFL. It's been 50 years since anything like that has happened in the NFL. I mean, that's how weird of a season it's been. So on top of that, just think about this. I tweeted this yesterday, but we're in Indianapolis. And I'm looking out my hotel room, and I see the parking garage where we were 2 years ago at the start of the season, 2023 opening day. So it's not necessarily 2 years by the calendar, but it's 2 years by the season. And that news comes out from Ian Rappaport, Press Taylor's calling plays. And we're like, where'd this come from? And we're in countdown to kickoff, and we're doing the show. And right then, we're all kind of like, why? Why are they doing this? They just came off a playoff run, franchise quarterback next year. Keep evolving, keep building. There's so much hype and expectation. Okay, well, they still got a good offense. They're going to be good. They brought in Calvin Ridley. They're going to be great. He looked awesome in camp. But we did say right away, hey, it's in a little underbelly now. You got to keep an eye on this. Maybe they're just naming press by name, and Doug will still call the plays. Well, a clunky start against the Indianapolis Colts that day. Clunky out of the gates. They were getting 1-2 start, remember? Then they go win 5 games. They're still not all there, but they were better. And you're winning games, and it hides everything, so it feels good. Then you get walloped by San Francisco, and then you win 2 more, though. And Trevor's playing pretty good football overall now. He's playing really good football in that 2-game run. Had 364 yards, I think, against Houston in that game to get to 8-3. Playing really well against Cincinnati on Monday Night Football, and then he gets hurt. And they couldn't figure it out. They could never figure it out. They couldn't stop the bleeding. They legit could not stop the bleeding since Trevor got hurt against the Cincinnati Bengals in the second half, I think it was, of that Monday Night Football game. And through all that, then you go to the combine in the offseason after the collapse, and we ask Doug, and that becomes a big story about the play calling. Hey, I'm considering it. Leaves the door open. Never slams it shut. Never answered the question. For the next, I really believe part of the reason that Doug Pederson is no longer the head coach in Jacksonville is because he wouldn't answer the damn question about who's calling plays. Even though we all knew where it was trending, he just wouldn't answer the question. So then it became a thing. And when you don't answer the question, it becomes a question. A lot. And then when you don't perform, it becomes a bigger question. We knew it. We knew it. We called it. We said it. It's going to be an underbelly of the season if you don't get it right. And it was. And so for 2 years, and that's in Indy in February of this past year, 24, started in September of 23 in Indianapolis on that parking garage. And then yesterday it ends in Indianapolis. And it's just wild. Like, it felt avoidable for Doug Pederson. Just take the play calling duties. You're better at it. You're good at it. And then you own it. And then if it doesn't work, it's on you. Never happened. So, I'm not telling you they would have won a lot more games with Doug calling plays. I don't know that. I really don't. I will continue to say, much like I've said about Baalke a little bit, it's not like they're the worst people on the planet and football guys. Press Taylor, I think, probably is a fine coach. He does a fine job. That's not the point of it. The point of it is you had continuity going and everything else. And so that's where the Doug stuff to me, and then all the buttons he pushed. We praised him. We had a thank you Doug sign that we made. It's actually still in my garage. I think he wants it. And again, I was like, I love this guy. How could you not? Look what he was doing. He fixed the urban mess. And he pushed all these buttons. He showed the right videos on Saturday nights. His message was right. But he could never rally from the Trevor injury, The losses that kept piling late last year, and then this year. They could never rally. We were waiting for it. Like, I still feel like he's going to keep it together, and they're going to roll off some wins. They're going to roll off some wins. Even in this terrible stretch of football teams that you're playing. And I know by then you're injured a little bit. But you're playing the Raiders. They stink. The Jets, they stink. The Colts, they stink. The Titans, you're the only team you were able to beat down the stretch. And you can't beat them. So I think that's why Doug's gone. Play calling, that decision. Probably what he told the owner, too, which there were hints last summer that the owner was like, yeah, I think you should call plays. And there were hints definitely, even before that Trent thought he should call plays. And then on top of it, just not the right buttons to push to win games. So Doug is out. But we painted a scenario that if one guy was going to stay, it made sense that Doug were to stay, not Trent Baalke. And so he's the one that ends up staying. Let's go down to South Florida. How's this going to look? You think we're going to get it? We're getting Austen Lane in. What's up, Austen Lane? How we doing? We are.
What up?
Wow.
Let me just move that.
Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to get the lighting, man, because I understand, you're all about the lighting. So I'm trying to get it going here, man. Sorry. How we doing today?
Well, it was just fantastic. I'm watching this. I'm actually entertained right now.
All right. Well,
are you entertained? By the way, that looks fantastic. Sorry. There we go. You should do this before we get him on the air, Hamby. A little bit before. But that looks really good. Really good. People are probably impressed at home right now. Give Austin a shout out. He's training down there for his next UFC fight down in Miami. And he has jumped on the show. And all right, I've been ranting and raving for the last hour. I guess it's your turn.
Yeah. Thanks for the invite, man. Appreciate that. Saw you guys were going there. Didn't even get a text message, man. That's
I didn't want to upset your training.
No, it's all good, man. Listen, my DMs, which I didn't even ask for, are chock full of people making fun of what's going on with the Jacksonville Jaguars. I didn't see it coming in terms of letting Doug Pederson go and keeping Trent Baalke. I think it is a stupid decision, but when I look deeper into it, I'm not surprised.
Really? Go on.
Correct. All right. Well, you know me, man. I don't talk a lot on social media, but I do follow a lot, and I do pay attention. And I think if you want to pay attention to how this has transpired, look no further than how his son's running AEW right now. I think when it comes down to the Khan family, they love to have somebody, I don't want to call it a scapegoat, but they love to point to somebody and say, this is the reason why it's not going good. The biggest thing that happened in AEW the past couple of years was CM Punk getting an altercation backstage and Tony Khan coming out and saying that he felt threatened at a wrestling show for the first time in his career. Now, Tony Khan could have simply went, you know what, CM Punk, you're out of here, you threatened me, but Tony Khan didn't do that. Tony Khan consulted in a quote-unquote leadership council to get CM Punk fired, because I don't think Tony Khan wanted that on his hands. When we talk about Shad Khan, listen, guy's obviously a very smart businessman, but when it comes to X and O's, maybe he's not 100% all there. So I think he always needs somebody that he can trust to say, hey, you got to help me through this process because I can't do it myself. And I don't think he just wants Tony to help do it himself as well. So they fired Doug Pederson, who it's the head coach and everything, former head coach now, but you keep a guy who's more on the business end of the GM side, because once again, I don't think he wants to handle the process on his own. And this is where Trent Baalke comes into play, just like Tony Khan does with AEW, which is a little surprising with AEW because Tony Khan is such a giant wrestling fan. Like, if Shad Khan wanted to go, I don't understand football, help me out, that's fine. But even Tony does the same things, and he's a giant wrestling fan. So when you look at the big picture, I wasn't really surprised.
Yeah, I didn't study business in school, and I don't know if part of studying business is like hiring and firing people, and there's certain ways to go about it, Austin. But I think I said this a little bit earlier, and I've said this in the past about Shad. There is something to it where he likes to put the onus and blame on one person. At least from an outside perspective of making a move. I mean, you go back to Gus Bradley is what I referenced. He was like the only guy, if I remember correctly, that got fired at that time. And they kept a lot of the staff, including Todd Wash and that defense and everything else. And by the way, that worked out for them. And then Tom Coughlin, boom, you're out. But we're keeping Doug Marrone and Dave Caldwell. And, I mean, even the Gus thing, I mean, Dave Caldwell survived that, right? So it was just Gus that, if I remember correctly, was fired. And then the Urban Meyer one, well, that's all Urban Meyer's fault. It's nobody else's fault. It's just Urban's fault. So is that a business thing? Am I missing something there? Is that just a Khan family thing, to your point about how they operate businesses? There's got to be some reason behind it that I guess I haven't asked it. I don't know it. And maybe it's more common than I know. I just don't live in that world.
No, I mean, literally, I think what it comes down to me is they need a scapegoat. Like, they don't want to say it was my fault, it was our fault. They want to say, well, Trent Baalke didn't get the job done. They want to point the finger at somebody else instead of taking responsibility, I would say. Because taking responsibility would say, you know what? This season, we underachieved. And was it coaching? Absolutely. But the way that this roster was constructed, can we really sit here and say that the GM did a great job with it? Oh, cool. You want to give him props for Brian Thomas Jr.? What other option did you have at that spot? Yeah, you traded back and he fell to you. Sure. But you needed a wide receiver the whole time. You want to give him props for Trevor Lawrence? Well, no duh. Like, what else were you expecting? It was the number one pick. It was a layup. Congratulations. You want to give him props for Trayvon Walker? All right. Give him props for Trayvon Walker. I mean, obviously, a lot of people had Aiden Hutchinson at number one, and maybe that would have been the better pick. We're not quite sure yet. But once again, I'm not going to give him props to Trayvon Walker either, because to me, they're layups. Like, where are the 4th, 5th round picks that are making the difference? You can't really name them. And that, to me, is the mark of a GM. It's not hitting your layups. The mark of a GM is finding those diamonds in the rough. It's finding the Puka Nakuas. It's finding the guys that nobody else took a chance on, that you took a chance on and said, we can build a team around this. This team doesn't have that. So then we look at the resume of Trent Baalke. What are we saying in terms of, well, what made him stay? And to me, the only reason that he's staying is because it's someone to point the finger at. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's the right thing to do at all. I think it's a dumb decision to do it, but I think that's what Shad Khan's thinking. Yeah,
listen, it's a good explanation. Again, there's some, I don't know the wrestling side of it, but that's an interesting part of it, because obviously that's where Tony would have learned as well. And there's some history here in Jacksonville that shows that too. I mean, the only time, there's 2 times now in a dozen years, and there's been plenty of opportunity where they've fired multiple people, would be Gene Smith and Mike Mularkey, and then Doug Marrone and Dave Caldwell. And by the way, at that time, Caldwell had an 8-year run. So, I mean, only 2 times in all these different settings. So let me just ask you, I'll tell you what I thought. I think you've seen the statement, I'm assuming. Mm-hmm. And let me do this. I want to read the statement again for people, because if you're just jumping in and catching in, this is our normal time. We jumped on at 9:15 and got going a little bit earlier. Brent Martineau here, Austen Lane down in South Florida, as he gets ready for his UFC fight. Well, to be announced, but he's getting ready. So he's training like he did out in Las Vegas. He's going to be down in Miami quite a bit. Jason Hamby here, entire Action Sports Jacks team heading down to the stadium. Marcel Robinson, Stuart Weber. The locker room opens at 10:30, so we'll hear from the guys. 2 o'clock today, by the way, Shad Khan and Trent Baalke will talk. I give them credit for that, because they did not do that last year, and I thought that was a big mistake. So they will do that today at 2 o'clock. Now, what can they say? I don't know, but maybe there's some more revelations that come out. And the reason why I think more revelations could come out, Austin, and I might be reading too much into this, is the statement. Now, I'm going to skip right past I had the difficult task of informing Doug Pederson my intention to hire a new head coach to lead the Jacksonville Jaguars. Okay, he fires Doug. That's one thing. I'm going to go to paragraph 2. Paragraph 2, and this isn't a long statement, but paragraph 2, to me, is not this ringing endorsement, Austin, of Trent Baalke of, hey, we're going to go to win a Super Bowl with what we have in place. Usually, you have that kind of statement, like, I believe this. This is why I want this guy in place. He's the right guy. All the rest. It doesn't sound like that to me, but that doesn't mean doesn't have to sound like that to you. So I want to get your interpretation. It says, I strongly believe it is possible next season to restore the winning environment we had here not long ago. I would agree. They lost a lot of close games this year. They got a lot of guys coming back. They'll probably flip some of those numbers around, like turnovers, etc. But here's where it gets interesting to me. I will collaborate with General Manager Trent Baalke and others. I will collaborate with Trent Baalke and others within and close to our organization to hire a leader who shares my ambition and is ready to seize the extraordinary opportunity we offer in Jacksonville. So to me, there's like 6-7 words here. Collaborate, Trent Baalke and others within and close to our organization. And what I've been saying is, it's not a ringing endorsement of Baalke. It's like, okay, he needs help, so we got to put more infrastructure around him. I feel like that EVP role or something like that, Austin, is coming out of a statement like this. I think they'll build infrastructure. Now, who in the organization could already help? Well, you got the Mark Lampings of the world. You have Tony Khan. Will they have former player like a Tony Baselli try to help out? But I think there's going to be a creation of an EVP role out of this whole change in one way or another. I also just don't think it sounds like, hey, Baalke's the guy to lead the way and he's going to be, he's done a great job, but it's all Doug's fault. I don't think that's what this sounded like. And I actually floated the idea that could he help you through the transition and then say, see you later, I'm retiring, because there was news last year and reports last year that he was close or at least contemplating retirement a year ago. I wonder if this sets the table for something like that to happen, because this is still a very open-ended statement about the GM, in my opinion.
No, it's very open-ended. But once again, when you're going to have him sit next to at the press conference, that's all I need to see. Okay, like, yeah, are you going to consult with Tony? Probably. Who else is in your circle? You're the one, Brent, that's always like saying, all right, keeps a very tight-knit circle. He keeps very anything under wraps, so nobody knows what's going on. Okay, if that's the case, then what are we talking about? We're talking about Tony Khan. We're talking about maybe an EVP like Tony Baselli. We're talking about Trent Baalke. And these are facts. These are things that I know. I know that agents in the NFL, some of them do not like working with Trent Baalke. Some of them will advise their players not to go to Jacksonville to work with Trent Baalke. Once again, these are facts that I know. Now, when it comes to coaches and the coaching search, okay, maybe you have Tony Baselli helping you out. Maybe you have Mark Lamping helping you out. But what does it say when you have a guy in Trent Baalke who's going to be with his, how many coaches now? His fifth coach? Sixth coach?
In his career?
In his career.
Oh, gosh, I think it was 3 in San Fran, if I'm not mistaken. It was definitely Tom Sula and Harbaugh, and I think I'm missing one. And then it's now, as he was the GM for Urban and now Doug, but he actually was the assistant GM here in Jacksonville for even Doug Marrone. So 3 in Jacksonville, and I think there's a 3 in San Fran, if I'm not mistaken.
So going on a 7th one, like, listen, if you want to be in analytics and stats and everything like that, what does that say when you're a GM? You've had 7 different head coaches now. All right, maybe he might be a little bit of the problem. So maybe it might have been smart to be like, you know what? Let's do a clean sweep. Let's focus on the coach first, and then let's get the guy that's going to work with the coach. But here we are again, not doing a clean cut, wanting someone to point the finger at and say, okay, it's up to you now. It ain't on me. It's up to you. That's what I think is happening. And I'm frustrated with it because I think a clean sweep, I think a new start would have been the best thing for this franchise. But now it just seems like you're kind of holding on to a little bit of the past and you're trying to point the finger and say, all right, well, it's on you now. And I think the guy that, quote unquote, could be the scapegoat is a guy that maybe not everybody wants to work with. So maybe you're not going to get your best candidate because, well, he's still in the building.
Yeah, and I think there are going to be mixed reviews on that. I like what you said about players and agents and working with them. I think that's a real deal thing. I don't think you get this much smoke without it being a little bit real. I also think the coaching stuff is, maybe for some, but not for others, right? I don't think it's across the board. I think what we got wrapped up in the last cycle is, well, they'll never be able to hire a coach because of Trent Baalke. That's not true. I think they can hire a coach with Trent Baalke. It's just that they might not be able to get the pick of the litter with Trent Baalke. That's another story on this. Austin, you've been around the league. You know how the league works. I've been covering the league for a while. How does he survive? How does Trent Baalke keep surviving this? The last hour, and I'll just reiterate it for the folks jumping in on our normal time here on the Action Sports Jacks 24/7 Network, Brent Austen Show, as Doug Pederson gets fired and Trent Baalke stays. Shad Khan and Trent Baalke talking today at 2 o'clock via a Zoom call, by the way, that everybody will be on. But at least they're talking, and we'll see what they say. But there's more to being a GM than just picking players. And we can go back and forth on how good the roster is. I think that's why the big question was who's to blame, right? The roster's good enough to win more than 4 games. That's clear. That's on Doug. But I think there's also more to building a program, building a franchise, building a winner as a GM than also picking players. And while that might not be awful, there's still misses, as you pointed out earlier. The free agency this year, the plan how to play these guys. Does he meddle with the coaching staff? All those kind of things. But bigger than that for me is the relationships in and outside the building, the feel of inside the building. I think you actively have people inside the building rooting against Trent Baalke for the last half year and maybe even more. Like, I think that is a real thing. And that's not a good setting. And that guy stayed. How does he continue to do this in an NFL where, man, it's not for long? Yet this guy's got 9 lives, and I'll tell you what else. And Austin, I say this from a point of view that I've defended Baalke a lot, as you know, right? I do not.
Yeah, Brent. I mean, someone's got to write those checks for you.
No, because I think my defense of Baalke is I don't think he's a bad human being as everybody paints him out to be. I think he's not this warm and fuzzy guy, but because of that not warm and fuzzy relationships and the feel in the building, and sometimes that gets not so great, okay? Alignment, Coach Ripley says it's a great word. The alignment has not been there. That's what I wrote about that a couple weeks ago. But those are real things. How does he continue to survive this? And the one other thing I would say is, why does Shad Khan keep putting people in place that nobody else in the league would put in this place? The rest of the league would have fired Trent Baalke by now, but the rest of the league would have never hired Trent Baalke as the GM of the Jacksonville Jaguars. It's the only one of the 32 he would have had the GM position this go around.
I mean, listen, I wish I could explain why Trent Baalke still has a job right now. I really can't explain. I mean, listen, I gave my 2 cents about why I think he's kind of the scapegoat and Shad Khan needs someone to walk him through the process because he can't do it himself. And that's the only reason why. But where my frustration with ownership and this team it stems from a lot of places. But what it stems from is the lack of consistency. Now, what do I mean by that? We had Coach Malarkey on, Mike Malarkey, about a month ago, maybe a month and some change. And he was a guy that I enjoyed playing for. I know some players in the locker room didn't like playing for him because he was more of the old school type. That was that was the cloth that I was cut from. So I enjoyed playing for Mike Malarkey. The biggest detriment of Mike Malarkey was that he promised Shad Khan that we had a team that could compete and win. And we didn't. So Shad Khan feels slighted. Shad Khan feels lied to. And he lets Mike Malarkey go after a year along with Gene Smith. Now, that was just a result of being told something and then not seeing it on the field. So Shad Khan felt slighted. Shad Khan felt lied to. Shad Khan got rid of Mike Malarkey. Okay, that's business. I get from a CEO perspective, from an owner perspective, if somebody lies to you, if someone says something to you and it's not true about your business, I guess that's grounds for dismissal. Okay. Then we see Shad Khan through the years be a little more patient with everything, right? Not necessarily like he was lied to, told he had great teams, but he was patient with other coaches. He was patient with Doug Marrone. He was patient with Gus Bradley. Well, those things didn't work out. Urban Meyer had the excuse, get him out of here right away. He's kicking players. He's causing chaos in bars. That was a no-brainer. Shad Khan gets in front of the team and says, we have the best roster I've ever assembled. And this is the year. And what happens? Not even close. And we have it on good authority that Doug Pederson didn't tell him that. So then who told him it? Trent Baalke. So the guy that told you that you have the best roster that you've ever assembled and how this team's going to be great this year is still on the team. Why? Where is that energy that you had with Mike Malarkey when Mike Malarkey told you the wrong information? When Mike Malarkey made you kind of, look like a fool a little bit and you bought into him. What does Mike Malarkey have that Trent Baalke? What's the difference? So where's the consistency? There is none. So we're just flying by the seat of our pants here as an owner and just saying, yeah, you know what? We'll keep Trent Baalke because I need someone to point a finger at. But what about Mike Malarkey? Yeah, I guess I gave him a year and that was it. There's no consistency, and that's an issue.
Listen, I'm going to sound. I don't believe that he flies by the seat of his pants. I don't believe. I know it can look by all these things. I don't believe it. I don't believe that he's a bad owner. I don't believe that he doesn't want to win. You get people that talk about his money and he just wants money. No, I mean, he spends a ton of money. I mean, he spends more than maybe any other owner in the league. So, I don't believe all those things about Shad. I really don't. I actually think he's a great owner. I was talking to work for. Okay, I'm not saying for the record and everything, but I think all those. I was talking to somebody about across the league not here in Jacksonville. And they were like, Jack's job's the best job. Get the best owner to work for. Like, that's the view. And I think that is a true view, and there's reason for that view, from loyalty to he doesn't meddle to all the things that everybody's heard about. So I think those can be true. And so I don't buy all that, which makes it hard for me to logically think what he's thinking. I'm not coming at this from an emotional angle of I can't believe Trent Baalke, because I don't have that vitriol for Trent like a lot of other people do. But I don't see what he's doing. And maybe we get an explanation here a little bit today. But I just don't see what he's doing, man. Like, I don't know where he's coming from on this one. And that's why, just to reiterate, I was asked yesterday, I was like, hey, if he brings these guys back, what are you going to? I was like, I can't defend this. Like, there's nothing to defend. I can't see it. I can't see other than to say, okay, he's going to have help through the transition process, because we all know he's not like X's and O football guy. Trent will help him do that, and others will help him do that. And then Trent's going to retire, and they're going to pick somebody else as the GM. Like, that's the only thing I got.
But then make me understand where the consistency is. Why get rid of Malarkey when you did, but then why keep Trent Baalke? When Trent Baalke essentially, like, where is the consistency, Brent? Like, and take football out of it. I don't even care about football right now. I'm just saying, as an owner, as a CEO, as a man who's running a business, when somebody comes up to you and lies to you and said that you have the best roster ever assembled, and it clearly wasn't, why is that person still employed? Explain it to me.
I don't have that explanation. I think that will be a question asked today. Like, who told you this was the best team ever assembled should be a question today on this Zoom call. And if it's allowed to be asked, or if it's going to be asked, or whatever. I mean, Zoom calls are funky. That's what's a little bit weird about this one, how you get let in and all that stuff. But we'll see how that works. And I don't know, Austin. I think the fact that both of these guys, in our opinion, we don't know the conversations, but both of these guys, meaning Trent and Doug, overpromised and underdelivered in terms of what the roster looked like and what the offense could be, right? Because of the call and play stuff, said, hey, you made the owner look bad. And I think whoever told him the best team ever really made the owner look bad. Now, if he bought into it, which Shad did believe, by the way, I talked to Shad in London, and he believes, like, hey, this is not just for today. We feel like this is a group for the next few years, that will take us into the future. That's a good foundational team. That's why the money spent, Josh Hines-Allen and Tyson Campbell and Trevor Lawrence.
We all bought it, Brent. We all believed it.
So the only thing I'm going to talk from an ego standpoint, Austin, or an embarrassment standpoint, or a, hey, you told me this, but this happened standpoint, is that he just puts everything on Doug, to go back to your original point that, hey, Trent's not wrong. This is a good roster. You guys screwed it up. Like, I don't think that's the right way to look at it. I think they both have a part in this, but I'm just trying to get where his thinking is on this. And the only way I guess I can rationalize it is to say he puts his all on Doug for losing close games, for not getting enough out of this team, for the messaging. And also the last part would be, I still think there's something out there where they can build more infrastructure, take power away from Baalke, or he just goes and retires when he's done with this next phase. Because they did flirt with that last year, or at least the reports were out there. And I think those reports were, I feel like they were real. So we'll see. We'll hopefully get some explanation on it today. I can't answer those things. I'm trying like hell to figure it out too. And I don't think anybody else can. I don't think we're the only ones. Not just the fans and the media. I think people inside that building need an explanation, because I don't think a lot of people in the building are on board with all this. I really don't. And I'm just saying what I think. I don't think that people are like, let's go Trent Baalke, right? That's a problem. That is a problem. You want to support what you're selling, right? The business side is selling this football team, selling a stadium, selling excitement, selling to fans, and they've had a hell of a time given this football team's record. Well, who is sitting there in line and hey, glad you're back, Trent Baalke. Yeah, awesome, let's go. I don't think that's the case down there. And that might be just as big a problem as it is for the fans, right? Wouldn't you internally, if that's not well received, isn't that a big problem? I just can't imagine this is well received. Now, the one thing that it will be well received by, Austin, and you know this, the angst for Baalke is non-existent with the players. The players, they like Baalke. Like, they gave him nice, handsome deals, right? Like, I think that's an important thing. I don't think people understand that, though, Austin, right? Like,
the players here, yes.
Did you have because did you have a problem with Gene Smith? Like the fans did?
I never interacted with Gene Smith.
No, but he drafted you.
No, for sure. But it's not our job to have relationships with the general manager. Very rarely.
And I'm not blaming the players. I'm just telling people what it is. Like, they would have more animosity toward the coaching staff and how they were used and the messaging and everything else than anybody in the front office, right?
No, for sure. But once again, if I'm a player, I know what's happening right now. And if retaining Trent Baalke means that maybe I can't get the best coach possible, then yeah, I'm going to be a little leery about it. I'm going to be a little pissed off because here's the thing, Brent. Players do not care. Agents do. Okay? So agents talk. And who's to say an agent's like, man, I can't believe you guys kept Trent Baalke in Jacksonville. No, I'm not saying that's the dialogue, but that could be the dialogue. So I don't think the players really care what's happening right now until it matters. It's a lot like the Doug Pederson who's calling the plays from the combine. It's not a big deal until it's a big deal. We'll see how this hiring process goes now. You said it yourself. And listen, I don't think Jacksonville's the top job to get right now, but a lot of people do. So if that's the case, then you should have no problem hiring the best candidate. So if you can't hire the best candidate, then what's the narrative going to be? Oh, it's Trent Baalke's fault. Even though it may not be, but now that's what we're going to point to, because what else can we point to?
I want to take a break, and I want to stay on that, okay? Because I would say this. Even agents now, they might not be as mad at Trent as some agents are, because all they got to do is look at the Eric Armstead deal and be like, woo, we can go get some money down in Jacksonville, because guess what? Very few people, from what I understand, are willing to pay Eric Armstead what the Jags paid him. So it's like, hey, money talks in the agent world. Maybe this Trent Baalke guy to do business with ain't such a bad idea. I mean, look what happened. Darby got paid, right? Gabe Davis got paid. Even going back to the Kirk deal where everybody's like, whoa, why would agents not like Trent Baalke? You can get some money out of that guy. And then the Armstead deal, and again, from around the talk around the league is the Jags paid. They were like, what? Okay, we'll come down to Jacksonville. That's what the talk is. Now, is that just a rumor? Who knows? Nobody knows those negotiations. But that's just a long list of rumors that we have around the Trent Baalke stuff. Let's take a break. We're not going to try to do that too much today, but we got to do it a little bit. And when we come back, there's a guy here that we haven't talked about. And I wonder if he was a part of this discussion and conversation at all. And we'll get to that when we come back. Brent Austen Show here on the Action Sports Jacks 24/7 Network. Doug Pederson fired. Trent Baalke staying. Shad Khan, Trent Baalke talk today at 2 o'clock. The players are talking right now, and we'll have that for you as well. So it's a busy day here on a Monday in Jacksonville in 2025. Thanks for hanging out with us.
When it comes to trucks, I know exactly what I want. And at Bozard Ford, they make it easy to get exactly that. Let's go make this truck a little more my style. With Bozard Built, I can create my perfect truck right here. Lift kit? Check. Premium wheels? You bet. Advanced lighting package? Oh yeah. The Bozard team works their magic. From bumper to tailgate, I'm making this truck mine. It's everything that I wanted and more. From the field to the gym to weekend adventures. This truck's built for my journey. Bozard Built. Customized for your lifestyle, built to exceed your expectations. Check out the inventory and available options at bozardbuilt.com. Unleash your dream ride. Customized, covered, and Bozard approved.
When it's time to get a new car for anyone in your family, just remember, nobody but Nimnick, the #1 Buick GMC dealer in Jacksonville. Get the latest price breaks on 2023 and 2024 models or the newest 2025 vehicles in the showroom on Phillips Highway or shop online at nimnickbuickgmc.com 24 hours a day. GMC Sierras, Yukons, and the redesigned Acadias, or get the all-new redesigned line with Buicks. It's nobody but Nimnick, and part of the reason why is this is a first-class buying experience here at Nimnick Buick GMC. You're not just a customer, you're a friend. This is about getting a vehicle that best fits you and getting you on the road, and also helping you and your family down the road. Nimnicht has a treating you right guarantee, courtesy, respect, fairness. And most Buicks, GMCs, and Jacksonville's only Car Bravo dealer, nobody but Nimnicht. Who has put in the most years and stands behind a better experience? Nobody but Nimnicht. GMC, we are professional grade. If you need a quality play this football season at your home, call That One Painter First Coast. Locally owned and operated, experienced employees, no builder-grade materials. And there's more, and for that, we throw it to Noah Schlicksup. That One Painter First Coast can apparently help your kicking game, too.
Well, after my failure on skinny sticks last year on Creekside game day, I've spent a lot of time out here at Creekside practicing my kicks. There's only one issue. How is that even possible? The good news is I know exactly who can help. That One Painter can handle all your painting needs, from field goal posts to cabinets to stucco. They got you covered. Though they may not be able to help with my kicking, they can certainly help with the posts. Call That One Painter First Coast today for all your painting needs at 904-495-1373.
'24 provided plenty of memorable moments for the Jacksonville Armada on the pitch, including another conference championship game appearance for Tommy Krasanovich's under-23 men's team.
They sit in the dying moments.
Debuting this year for the first time, the girls in blue, as the Armada fielded a women's under-23 side in the WPSL and made its presence known with some highlight moments.
Potential goal of the season.
Then attention turned to the future, with MLS Next teams representing the Armada badge in 3 age divisions this fall, including an under-19 squad ranking among the best in the state. Those teams are a big focus on Fleet and Footy, covering the big soccer stories each week on the Action Sports Jax 24/7 network.
I'll put one in the back of the net for you.
Join us for player profiles, fun interviews, and the very latest on the Fleet and all things footy. That's every Thursday at 2 p.m.
Welcome back to the Brent and Austen Show, streaming on the Action Sports Jax 24/7 network.
Doug Pederson fired, and I think Doug did a lot of good things here. I really do. And I hate to see people get fired. I kind of hate how this year unraveled for him on the podium, I think on the field. But I tell you what, man, they kept battling. There's something to be said for that. I think they like Doug. I think you'll see a lot of respect for Doug coming out of that locker room today and for years to come. I saw that in Philadelphia. I think Doug did make some mistakes, and I think we pointed those out for the last year, quite frankly. And I think there were some simple little layup kind of things that Doug missed on. And then there are some bigger things, but I don't even know if that was that big, and that's from play calling to others and just messaging. But, GM Trent Baalke is a part of that too, and for some reason he's staying. Still can't make it make sense. So Brent Martineau Austen Lane, Jason Hamby, Olivia Tassley's back there working on the social media part and actually going to flip around some sound as Marcel Robinson and Stuart Weber are in the locker room right now. Evan Ingram just talked. We'll get some player reaction to all this. My guess is player reaction is going to be like, man, we love Doug. So we know that's the way it works in the business. Isn't that what your sense is, Austin? You think we'll probably get that? I think it looked like these guys liked playing for Doug Pederson.
Yeah. I mean, I think overall, listen, people are still losing jobs. right? And it's definitely a rough circumstance. It's the NFL though. It's cutthroat. It's a performance-based business. Yeah, I mean, I wonder what the reaction is going to be that Doug gets let go, but Trent stays. Because obviously they dealt a lot more with Doug Pederson than they did with Trent Baalke. So I've never experienced this before, but like I wonder if there's going to be a little resentment in terms of, well, we lost our head coach, but you kept the other guy. I wonder how players will feel about that. I think that's going to be on Shad Khan to have that team meeting. I'm not saying with the media. I'm just saying with his players and being like, this is the plan. This is what we're doing. And this is why Trent Baalke stayed. Like that. Listen, I understand that we're waiting to hear what Shad Khan and Trent Baalke have to say and everything. But to me, what I'm more worried about, and I don't even need to hear the audio of it, obviously, but I want to make sure that Shad Khan gets the point across to the players of what's happening, what the plan is, and what the goal is going to be.
Yeah, because they see the noise.
Of course, because if you can't do a good job of conveying that, then you run the risk of losing a locker room.
Listen, I am not a believer that the fans are always right. I'm not a believer that we're always right. I don't believe that. We got opinions. We don't know all the information, the facts. You got to take emotion out of it. I did this though, right, Austin? I mean, I've tried to do that all the time on the show. We try to talk about it. That's why I had that whole the question mark thing last week, and trying to figure out, okay, what could he be thinking? What will he do? And I knew this was one of the options. I'm just still in denial that it's not really. Yeah, here's what's going through my mind. Okay, when you're talking. And I have this theory now. I'm going to reiterate my theory, and then I'm going to get to this other thing that I teased about the one person that we haven't talked about yet that could have been influential in all of this. And we'll get to that in a moment. But I want to reiterate what I think about this statement. And I'm not trying to be right. I'm just trying to bring potential to where this could go. I strongly believe that this was not a strong statement of support for Trent Baalke. It does not read that way to me. That is my first instinct when I read it was that. And I understand the angst of all this. But this has a very similar feeling to when Doug Marrone was announced as the head coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars. And when Doug Marrone was announced as the head coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars, they were not going to release, in my thought process here, if I have this correct, they weren't going to release the Tom Coughlin stuff for another day or so. They were going to let Doug Marrone have his day. Well, the angst was like, what? Doug Marrone's the head coach of the football team? And I think they took almost like the feedback of that and they kind of sped up the process of the Tom Coughlin announcement. And everybody's like, oh, Tom Coughlin's coming too. And then that became the story. If you go back to that time frame, I believe that's how that played out. I think you could match that up with what I just said. And so I'm going to say this is part one, this statement. It's not a redeeming statement for Trent Baalke. It's not a, this guy's going to bring us a Super Bowl statement for Trent Baalke. I think there's more here. I don't know there's more here. I think there's more here. I've tried to reach out to some people and I'd say, please tell me that he's going to help through the transition and then he's retiring. Because there was a retirement rumor last year, this would make sense. I'm going to add one more element to this that I was just thinking about when you were talking. See, it's hard. The GMs are interesting because they do all the work, Austin, for the draft process and everything else. So yes, you can fire the GM right away. Teams do that. But really the best time to actually move on from a GM is after the draft. Now, what you would say is, oh, this guy's going to make decisions. Okay, just put that aside for a second. I'm just telling you from a calendar standpoint, the job of scouting and everything else that's in place goes through the draft cycle. That's really where their season ends, Austin, not at the end of the regular season or the playoffs in terms of a football calendar. So could we, again, I'm trying to get you guys on board here. I'm trying to, maybe there's something else here. I don't know if I'm reaching, but could you add more infrastructure? Could you add an EVP? Could you add a coach that also says, hey, we're going to need this? And in this whole transition, say, hey, Trent Baalke's going to, and his staff are going to be around this to get through the transition and then retire. And that could bring all these pieces together. And then eventually somebody else is named the GM. Like, I mean, maybe it's Ethan Waugh, who's also here. But I think anybody but Trent at this point could be a possibility. But he's like the assistant GM. So I don't know, man. I don't know if I'm reaching too far. I'm just trying to. I feel like there's something else here that's going to transpire, and maybe we get some more light on that today at 2:00.
Even if there was something else here, which, okay, let's play this game. Let's say there's something else here. This is all a grand scheme. Trent Baalke's going to pass the reins off to somebody else. He's going to retire after the draft and go into the sunset. Maybe that is the case. What is the benefit of still keeping him around? Because once again, just from what I've heard, from what I've been messaged, it hurts your chances of getting a pretty, like, the coach that you maybe want because he's still here. So then what's the upside? Because he has a bunch of scouting stuff that he can help you with the draft? Okay. But he has to help you with the draft for the new head coach. It's not just, oh, these are Trent Baalke's guys. It has to be Trent Baalke's guys that are going to work with the new head coach. What type of guys is the head coach looking for? What type of guys is the coordinator looking for? What type of defense you're going to run? What type of offense we're going to – you don't know any of this right now. So then
go ahead.
I go back to, what is the point?
Yeah. Listen, I'm not telling you I'm right. I'm not saying you're wrong. You're probably more logical. I feel like there's another shoe here, and I don't know what that is. I don't know why it plays out this way. I just think right now, if you take that out, if you take that element out, who's helping Shad through this process? And there is an element of that. You do need help through the process. Shad is not X's and O's. He wants you either go search firm or you go, I'm going to build my own search firm. And in my opinion, right here, Trent Baalke could be acting as part of like the search firm rather than being the decision maker in the organization and all the other things and the tone setter, everything else. And maybe hey, Austin, here's the deal. You relay that kind of news to any potential candidates, and that's all it takes. And by the way, let me tell you this. Even if I would doubt that if Shad Khan picks up the phone and says to any candidate, hey, we're interested in you, we would like you to interview, they are not like, I'm not interviewing Trent Baalke's there. I just don't think that's the case. They would interview, and then you can explain the thought process and everything else once they interview is the point. So I know some people are like, yeah, Brent, you're reaching, and I might be. And I admit that. I just think there's something else a little bit here that could happen.
Listen, there should be something else here because that would help justify what the plan is. But I'm to the point now with this organization where it's like nothing surprises me anymore.
No, I agree.
Like I don't think any other team. Let's call a spade here. I don't think any other team would have kept Trent Baalke in the situation.
No.
Of how this season's gone and everything, I don't think any other team in the National Football League would have kept Trent Baalke. But the Jaguars did. So we sit here and try to question, like, okay, well, why? Like, there's got to be a bigger scheme. And listen, Brent, if this was 3-4 years ago and we're talking about the situation right now, I would agree with you. And I would say, yeah, there's definitely something more to this that we're not really seeing. Let's just chill out a little bit and let's see the grand picture. And maybe that's still the overall plan here. But from what I've seen of this organization, I'm to the point where it's like, nope, this is just how it's going to be. He's the GM. They're going to get a new head coach. And it's going to be business as usual because that's all I have to go off of.
Yeah, and fair enough. Okay, I want to get to this one part, and then there's so much to get to. Like, who's going to be the next guy? Ben Johnson's already getting requests where the Jags now can do that, by the way. Ben Johnson, if that's your guy, he won last night. So he can do, in this bye week, he can do interviews this week starting on Wednesday. And so will he do those? Will the Jags go after him? I got to believe, right? I mean, the Jags have a coaching vacancy. If they do not try to request Ben Johnson, we have a bigger problem than even keeping Trent Baalke. I think we all know that. Maybe even Aaron Glenn, maybe the others, it starts coming in. We'll get to that part, I promise. I feel like there's a Trevor Lawrence story in here, too. And you can tell me if I'm reaching and digging and all this stuff. But there was a thought during the year that I didn't buy into. That Doug and Trevor didn't see eye to eye. Right? There were several of those news conferences and everything else that came out and was like, man, he's throwing him under the bus. Is this, is that? Austin, we continue to have this conversation about the current coaches in this climate continue to pat their guy on the back and pat their guy in the back and say, man, you're the best. You're the best. We love you. We love you. And all you got to do is look at Kevin O'Connell, what he's done with Darnold. He says that kind of stuff. That's his tone. You look at Jim Harbaugh, hard-nosed guy, but man, does he love on Herbert. Man, he loves on that guy. John Harbaugh, he loves on Lamar Jackson. And listen, there's some good reason to love on some of those guys, don't get me wrong. But they pump them up in a situation where you're always under the microscope. You're getting hammered. They give them all this confidence. Doug doesn't seem to do that, at least publicly. Now, we've had some off-the-record sessions with Doug, and I leave the off-the-record session, and I'm like, I say to the other media members, I'm like, why doesn't he say this in person? Why doesn't he say this in front of a microphone? Like, I really have said that before. Like, you could do yourself wonders saying this in front of the microphone. Tell everybody how much you love your quarterback. So that's why I don't think there was much to that story, but maybe there is. And how much do you think, I guess this is my main question, that Trevor Lawrence is involved in these kind of conversations? Of, hey, does Shad call him? Does Shad loop him in? Is he's the face. He's their biggest investment. Do you think at all Trevor's involved in anything that goes on here in terms of at least having the most powerful feedback to the owner?
I mean, definitely. Yeah, I think that any franchise quarterback that you're paying that much money to, without a doubt. And maybe Josh Hines Allen fits in this category as well. I mean, I think, when you invest into these players to make them your pillars, to make them guys that are going to be here for the foreseeable future, you have to pick their brains a little bit. So, I mean, if you're getting at, was Trevor Lawrence the reason why Doug Pederson was let go? Possibly, but I think it was a lot bigger than that. I mean, I think there is no way that you were going to keep what you had. Now, I thought it was going to be a clean sweep. I think a lot of people thought it was going to be a clean sweep. Or the other side would have been, all right, they let Trent Baalke go and they keep Doug Pederson, right? Like that's what I thought the worst case scenario was going to be. I never thought that it was going to be letting Doug Pederson go and keeping Trent Baalke. So, yeah, maybe Trevor Lawrence had some output, had some feedback in terms of how he felt about this season, how he felt about Doug Pederson. I think we saw a lot of guys in that locker room that were frustrated with how things have gone, and maybe Doug Pederson had a lot to do about that. But once again, I don't think it's going to be a player's job to say, hey, we got to keep our GM. Like, I don't think they had any kind of inkling about that. So this is more of a Shad Khan thing when it comes to management and the general manager.
Brent Martineau Austen Lane, Jason Hamby, the entire Action Sports Jacks team in this morning as the breaking news, obviously, Doug Pederson fired, Trent Baalke staying. Trent and Shad Khan, Jags owner, will talk in just a little bit at 2 o'clock today on a Zoom call. So that will be a next phase of this. Locker room's talking right now. Evan Ingram just spoke moments ago. Hamby, I want you to get some of the thoughts and messages from some of our folks in the chat. We have a lot of people on both Twitter and YouTube, and hopefully on our Action Sports Jacks 24/7 network. You can find it, actionnewsjacks.com, Action News Jacks app, also Action News Jacks now on your smart TV. It's not just our show. We've got content all throughout the day, and we went on a little extra today because of the breaking news. And so you can watch and listen and interact with us all day long, but especially on this show 10 to 1 each and every day on the Brent Austen Show. So we'll get some of the comments in, and I appreciate you guys commenting, so I want to make sure we hit on some of them, if not all of them. I know there's too many probably to get to, but let's get to Evan Ingram. This just out of the locker room moments ago on obviously the changes in Jacksonville.
Didn't make the plays, didn't seize the moments we needed to that come up every weekend in the NFL. Every Sunday there's going to be pivotal moments in the game where wherever side you end up on is going to lead to a win or a loss. And I think just we didn't do well enough in those moments to seize the opportunity to end up on the better side than the side that we ended up on.
What's your reaction to Shad's decision to part ways with Doug and retain Trent?
I mean, it's the league. When you don't win, there's changes that come from in all areas, coaching, management, and the players. So there's going to be a lot. There's going to be a lot of changes moving forward. Based on us not getting the job done, and it's unfortunate. It's been a great 3 years playing for Doug. I've learned a lot. I've grown a lot, and this place is definitely going to grow from the experiences we've had under him. And moving forward is definitely going to be different. But I appreciate Doug for everything he's done, and wish him the best moving forward.
Did it surprise you that Doug was fired?
It's very unpredictable. You just never know. There's a lot of factors that have gone into our season. It's not just the coaching. It's not just one part of it. It's everybody. So, you know, I've been in this league for a while. I try not to get into the whole, you know, that side of it. So, definitely is always unfortunate when those changes do come.
What kind of leader would you like to see here?
I definitely. It's tough. It's honestly tough to answer that question right now. So, you know, everything is all that stuff is out of my control. I definitely, you know, when that time comes to address that and to move forward with that, that'll come. But that's tough for me to answer right now.
Well, you're a veteran. You know what? You've been around this league long enough. What, given this group of guys, this personalities is with the team right now, what kind of coach do you think is needed? A tougher guy, another player's coach? You know, any thoughts on that?
Like I said, that's tough to answer right now. I know from a player standpoint, there's a lot of things that we gotta be better at as a unit, from all three phases of the ball. At the end of the day, we're the players. We're the ones out there getting it done. So I definitely think that, you know, we'll find somebody that's going to continue to put us in the right positions to make those plays. But I think from the leader and the captain of the locker room and of the team, there's a lot of things that we got to be better at on all three phases of the ball for any coach to be successful here.
How's the shoulder? Are you going to be ready for off-season workouts and everything?
Yeah, shoulder's coming along really well. Definitely be ready to go about OTAs. You know, going to be smart with everything and make sure I heal up right, but very confident in the process I'm on right now. And got a few months to grind and get ready to go for spring ball, and then definitely be ready by training camp as well.
Do you have any concern about whether you will be back? You know, contract situation.
Yeah, I mean, look, like I said, there's a lot of changes that are coming when you have seasons like this. So. That's up to God. I think you know, I want to be here. I have a home here, and I think this is a special place to do something great, and I want to continue to grind and do that. So, but that's all out of my control. And like I said, this is an unfortunate thing about having a season like this. There's going to be a lot of changes, and you never know what side you're going to be on. But definitely want to be here.
When you look back on this year, what will you remember about it?
I mean, that's the thing about, you know, adversity in this league. You can either play victim and just kind of experience it, or you can look at the lessons and you can look at the adversity and what can you take from it to grow. And I think we've experienced our share of adversity this year, whether it's, you know, tough losses, whether it's injuries and unfortunate events. You know, we got to be able to look ourselves in the mirror individually and come together as a team moving forward to take the lessons we learned this year and apply them to the solutions to be better next year.
So that is Evan Ingram, and you know, you see Ingram wanted Pederson to stay. I don't know if I fully got that from that. Like, I'm not sure I fully got that. I don't have a good feel, Austin, at how some of the vets or some of this football team really, the vets would be the ones, because the rookies don't know any better. The young guys don't really know any better. But what they felt was missing with Doug. I think they like Doug. I do. And I don't want to misconstrue that. But I feel like in some of the commentary recently with Dewey Wingert, a little bit right there with Ingram, I think some of that suggests that, listen, Doug's a great football man. He's a good man. We appreciate what he's done. But there are also things maybe we would have liked to be done a little different. Do you get that sense?
Yeah, I get the sense that Doug Pederson, and it makes a lot of sense to me, like he took the Andy Reid approach, right? Like, I was in Kansas City when Doug Pederson was offensive coordinator. I watched how Andy Reid conducted himself, how he went about his business. And I think Doug Pederson does a lot of the same things. I think, you know, Doug Pederson maybe wasn't necessarily the biggest, like, motivational rah-rah guy. I think that he resorted more to the locker room to try to monitor themselves a little bit. And I think in doing so, it backfired because...
Oh, I think we just lost him. Well, that. It's all right. This might be timed out pretty well because we're going to have to go to a break pretty soon. Actually, I don't want to go to a break yet. But we'll get it back. I don't know if he just, like, phone died on him or just cut out pretty abruptly. So
probably, here he is.
Is he back? Well, everything but his audio. It does make sure he's on his audio.
Austin, make sure you click your audio back on.
We'll get to it in a second. Hey, we do have to take care of some business anyway, so while Austin figures that out and we'll have him finish his thought, do got to tell you now, we're out the holiday season. Nimnick Buick GMC, place to go. If you're looking for changes like in Jacksonville, maybe changes in your driveway, how about that? We play the Segway game. That wouldn't be bad right there, Hamby.
Hey,
we're going to get the Segway game back. Changes in your driveway, by the way. There's nobody but Nimnick. Looking for a new car? You know where to go. GMC. Nimnick Buick GMC, and hey, get a truck like I have. I've had a couple of those now in 2018, 2020, still driving my 2020 GMC Sierra, and you can get $10,000 off select GMC Sierra 1500s or 0.0 financing. Yeah, 0.0, it is back. So check them out, Nimnick Buick GMC. GMC, we are professional grade, and don't forget, only Car Bravo dealership in Jacksonville is right there at Nimnick. NimnickBuickGMC.com. Nimnick Buick GMC off Phillips Highway. We are obviously talking a lot about the Jags today with Doug Pederson fired, Trent Baalke retained, Trent Baalke, Shad Khan talking at 2 o'clock today. The locker room talking right now. We just heard from Evan Ingram. And I don't know where the locker room... Listen, when you're in the foxhole with somebody for as long as they've been, you have an appreciation and a respect. They absolutely have that for Doug. But I also wonder, do they feel like they were missing a little something with Doug? Did they put some of the blame on him? And Austin, I know you guys you internalize accountability. That's kind of the nature of your business. Yeah. But at the same time, when you don't have the success you want and you feel like you're doing all the things that you did do, I bet there's a little bit of, hey, you guys could have helped us a little bit more too. You could have propped up our quarterback better. This offense maybe is not as dynamic as it could be. Josh Hines-Allen or Trayvon Walker or Andre Sisco or whoever, are they saying, hey, you could have put us in a better position on defense? We didn't have to put this weight on. Like, I'm not suggesting that's what they're saying. I'm just saying, is that what happens? We're internalized, sure. Accountability, you look in the mirror first, no doubt about it. But at the same time, you can still say, and we've all had bosses like this or coaches like this where you're like, yeah, but you could have done a little bit better too.
So if you want my synopsis, and by the way, sorry for getting cut off. I got a phone call and didn't turn on silent. That's my bad. Go ahead and find me $10, Brent, and I'll get that to you today. If you want my synopsis of how the season went down with Doug Pederson, what happened with his locker room and everything, to me, it's pretty clear. I think Doug Pederson used the Andy Reid approach and said, we see what we've accomplished last year. We missed it by that much. The last game in Tennessee, you guys are ready to have the keys and take over. He gives them the keys. It doesn't go well, and all of a sudden now you have that locker room asking, look, what do we do next? And Doug Pederson didn't really have the answers. So you had a team that was essentially just going around in circles, waiting for someone to lead, and nobody really took the mantle. Because Doug Pederson wanted the players to lead, players led, didn't work, players were like, hey, Doug, let's do something else, and Doug was nowhere to be found. That's what I think happened. I think there was a lack of vision. I think there was a lack of leadership because much like we've talked about before, it's like jump rope. Someone was waiting to go in there and get in the middle, but nobody wanted to go. And that's what happened. And that's where the disconnect stemmed from. And then when you started to lose games, game after game after game, nobody had the answers. That was the synopsis all season, Brent, was nobody has the answers of what's happening. Everybody was shocked.
Yeah.
Everybody was baffled. A great team with great leadership after a skid will tell you exactly what's going on and what needs to improve. And that never happened here.
Yeah.
So that's what happened, I think. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, no, you're right. Like I just said, listen, when you're in the foxhole, right, you have this admiration, your respect. The problem is they couldn't dig out of that hole. None of them. They couldn't figure it out. They really could not figure that out since last November. The only thing they dug out of was going all the way back to 2022. Then in 23, they dug out of a 1-2 hole to win 5 in a row. Then they dug out of getting their butt whooped by San Francisco to win 2 more in a row and put themselves in position. And then ever since then, sure, injuries played a part. But still, this is a team that should have won more times than it did in that stretch. They lost 18 of their last 23 games. 18 of the last 23 games with a good roster, a roster that not only went to the postseason, but actually got enhanced after that postseason run. And by the way, if I continue to say this, just ask yourself this. Next time somebody asks you about the Jacksonville Jaguars, and you say, Hey, if I told you they would be 10 times better at the center position with Mitch Morse, and their number one draft pick would have one of the best rookie seasons at wide receiver that we've ever seen, been like, man, oh, we are riding high. They got that part right. Those were two of the biggest issues, is who's going to replace Calvin Ridley and be the number one guy, and how are you going to fix the Luke Fortner problem? Guess what? That might have been the only thing they did get right this year. Those two things that you had to fix, and we thought if everything else just stayed the same, it probably would be fine. It's just amazing to think of it that way. Hey, we've got some more sound.
Let me ask you this.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, real quick. You mentioned Brian Thomas Jr. Really the shining light of this mythical season. Do you think Brian Thomas Jr. saved Trent Baalke's job if Trent Baalke's indeed going to be here the entire next year?
I like that question, and I think there's some deep meaning there to that. So let's go there on the other side. Let's take a time out. We're way late on breaks. Let's get one. We've been going for almost 2 hours now here. Started at 9:15 today, normally 10 to 1. Appreciate everybody being on, and I am going to get to some of these comments. Hamby, that's your job when we come back. We're going to get some of the comments. We're also going to answer Austin's question about Brian Thomas Jr. And, listen, GM Trent Baalke staying. We're not off that topic. But now it's like, who's next? Ben Johnson? Aaron Glenn? Sure looks like Vrabel's going to New England now, right? Who do you get? And Brian Thomas Jr. could be a very important part of that equation for a coach. Great selling point. Trevor Lawrence, is he a great selling point for the upcoming coach? Do you have to go offense? Do you have to go culture? Whose culture is this if GM Trent Baalke is staying? We're really just getting warmed up here on a Monday. We'll be live at noon on CBS 47, CBS 47, Fox 30 on TV pretty much all day as well, right here on the Action Sports Shacks 24/7 network, all over social media. Hang with us on all the Action Sports Shacks platforms. If you don't see a pit, it ain't legit. When you hear that, you think Bono's Pit Barbecue, a staple in Northeast Florida now for 75 years. A place that feels like home with friendly service. A meeting place for friends, family, or business occasions. On the menu, the corn nuggets are a favorite in our house, but there's something for everyone. Sandwiches, platters, salads, sides, desserts, and family feasts. You see Bono's all over the place in Northeast Florida. There are almost 20 locations in the Jacksonville area now, so stop on by, sit down, and dine in with Bono's. You can also take it to go. There are drive-thrus in many of the locations, and they have delivery options too. Just download the Bono's app to make things easy. I signed up for the loyalty program, and you can too, to get special offers. If Jacksonville is home, few things feel more Jacksonville than Bono's Pit Barbecue. Celebrate 75 years and many more to come. Bono's Pit Barbecue. If you don't see a pit, it ain't legit.
For the game day hustle and every day in between. Juggling my show, Jag Social, to going under the Friday night lights and a social life, it's a daily tournament. But this ride, MVP status. The all-new 2024 Lincoln Nautilus isn't just my car, it's my personal locker room, office on the go, and VIP lounge on wheels. Let's talk tech. My profile remembers everything from customizing my dash display to setting the ambient lighting and my signature scent. And wireless charging, essential for live tweeting scores. Whether I'm packing for a beach day with friends or heading to the gym, there's space for every passion. After dominating all day, this becomes my recovery zone. The massage feature is like having a personal PT on call. Life's a non-stop game, but with this ride, I'm always on my A game. The 2024 Lincoln Nautilus. Drive.
You trust CGC to make your water great, and now you can trust CGC with your plumbing needs as well. Fast, convenient scheduling, licensed and insured. A quick call away at 904-552-1242.
You never know when you're going to have an issue with a shower, toilet, or maybe it's a sink that sometimes is easy to fix. All right, let's be honest. I'm not fixing anything. I'm totally staging this because when I have a plumbing problem, I call CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing.
Trained professionals, transparent pricing, customer satisfaction. Small problem or even a bigger issue. Right now, save 10% off a new Rinnai tankless water heater. The experts with 25 years of experience at CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing can do it all. Call 904-552-1242 or visit cgcwater.com. For a limited time, CGC is waiving the trip charge on all related plumbing calls. CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, an authorized independent Connecticut dealer. Florida license number CFC 1432579.
Here on Spring Sports Media Day on Action Sports Jax.
It's an opportunity, an education beyond the classroom and the sports arena. Life skills, testing skills, social skills. It's called High School 912, a program focused on maximizing the growth of students in academics, sports, and life. And here's your chance to get involved. If you're a local business, or if you just want to make a donation to help support programs like ACT and SAT boot camps, career days, Leadership Academy, Financial Literacy Academy, and so much more.
All right, another Nice High School Panther, Jack Cole.
High School 912 supports and hosts high school sporting events and several media days throughout the year. For more information on how you can get involved, visit jaxhighschool912.com.
It's the place we party in football season with Jaguars All Access. Welcome to Spring Sports Brewery, everybody. Say hello to our guest tonight. That is Trevor Lawrence. You can bring your party or event to Spring Sports Brewery in Springfield any day and any time. Rehearsal dinners, corporate events, birthdays. Here at Springs, you can enjoy the inside area and the outside area. Good for any weather, good for any occasion. Watch the games, play the games, shoot some hoops. Beer? Yeah, they have that. Plenty of choices. And sure, this is a brewery, but Strings is also a restaurant, and the food is fantastic. A full menu made from scratch meals. And if you need String Sports Brewery to help with a party at your place, they cater too. Family, beer, food, sports. Spring Sports Brewery in Springfield.
Welcome back to the Brent and Austen Show, streaming on the Action Sports Jax 24/7 network.
Monday morning quarterback report time, driven by your local Hyundai dealers. There's joy in every journey. Certainly hasn't been joy in this journey this year for the Jacksonville Jaguars. We will hear from the quarterback, Mac Jones, at least the quarterback of the last 6 weeks or so, coming up in just a little bit as he just talked in the locker room. We heard from Evan Ingram already. I saw Tank Bigsby, Brian Thomas Jr. talking, so I'll probably get to those guys, and we'll have more for you today on CBS 47 and Fox 30 as well. Brent Martineau Austen Lane, Brent Austen Show on the Action Sports Jax 24/7 network. Hey, if you're new checking this out, I know we got big numbers today, obviously. We are glad to have you along, and hopefully you can join us each and every day here on the network where we have fun from 10 a.m. until 1 p.m. on the Brent and Austen Show. And a lot of Jags talk, a lot of football talk all the time. And now we're real curious. What is Shad Khan thinking? Well, he will talk today at 2 o'clock, the Jags owner, along with GM Trent Baalke, who is retained. And that is the prevailing story right now. The angst of the fan base is that he is retained as the GM of the Jacksonville Jaguars while Doug Pederson is fired. One other note here as we get into Monday morning quarterback, this move, which we've been doing for the last 2 hours. Jags Report live tonight, one final time from String Sports Brewery, 7 o'clock. We won't have any guests. This will be all about what's going on here today. So join the Action Sports Jax team from the Jax Beach location. And then we'll have Jaguars All Access one more time Wednesday from String Sports Brewery in Springfield. So Monday, Wednesday shows to put a bow on the season. No player guests because we kind of knew this stuff could be happening. But we'll hear from everybody involved and obviously the latest from Shad Khan and Trent Baalke as well. Brent Martineau here, Austen Lane down in South Florida as he gets ready for his UFC fight. Former Jags player, former NFL player, and Jason Hamby also along the way with the rest of the Action Sports Jax team. We got everybody in right now, and everybody on it seems like too, Austin. We got so many comments in the chat for the last couple hours, and I just... my goodness, I can't get to them all, but I kind of want to at least share some of them. A lot of this. Jags Forever says, I hope our media asks tough questions to Shad. And I will just always preface this, Austin. Tough questions usually land in answers that you want to hear. And quite frankly, I just don't know if you're going to hear what you want to hear today. I don't know what can you hear that you want to hear? And so, yeah, will there be tough questions? Absolutely. I always say this. There's more tough questions than people think. We're just getting a lot of that. Hammer them. Rose, all this stuff. No. Listen, I got after the Doug Pederson interactions, I got, hey, wait, ask the tough questions. I did not ask a tough question. That's why everybody jumped on the Doug thing. It wasn't a tough question.
It was a tough reaction.
It was a tough reaction. And so I caution as you're listening to that news conference, the questions will be asked, folks. But I'm not sure you're going to hear what you want to hear. That is certain. That happens. You don't always hear what you want to hear. They're not going to say exactly what you want to say. Us in front of a microphone today are probably saying a little bit more of what you want us to say. Well, it's not because we're saying it because you need to hear it. It's playing because we kind of think it too. I think we're all on the same wavelength here. But I don't know if Shad Khan and Trent Baalke are going to be on that wavelength, is my point, Austin.
What you need to do, and by the way, is my mic okay, Brent? Am I still kind of like echoing?
No, you're good. We fixed it.
Thing?
All good. The gremlins are out.
Right on. The gremlins are out, man. Good. I've been exercised. Fantastic.
What you're not the only one that needs that.
Who are you telling? Yeah, let's go to that stadium and start lighting some sage up. Brent, me and you, man. Let's go. Free of charge. All I need to hear today is what the vision is. And I'm not talking about a typed up statement that you're going to read in front of everybody, and then you'll take questions after that. What I need is a direct vision, a direct plan of what's going to happen. Not, these next couple of weeks here, we're going to be doing our due diligence here, trying to find. No. What's the plan? Why is Trent Baalke still on this team? What is the plan with him? Shad Khan, what is the plan in terms of finding the next head coach? How much will Trent Baalke be a part of that? Who else is advising you? These things, these aren't hard questions. These are what needs to be answered. They're what needs to be explained, because this isn't me coming from a former player who cares about the Jacksonville Jaguars. This is me just coming from a person, a fan, if you will, or anybody who they have a right to know, right? Because you kind of pull the rug out of the fans a little bit by saying Trent Baalke's going to have a job. Okay. Now the big thing is why, and don't just say, "Well, it's because he's going to be the scapegoat." Like, no, you have to explain what the plan's going to be and what the future holds.
Yeah, and more comments, by the way. Glenn C. says the transition narrative as the rationale for keeping Baalke is ridiculous, makes zero sense. And I know I'm the one kind of delivering that, and I'm probably not the only one, but I'm delivering that. I'm not trying to make it. Well, I'm trying to make something make sense, a little logical, like where this thing's going. And I'm just giving you guys that, not as like hey, this could be a theory. When I read it the first time when I read that statement, I was like, there's something more here. That was not a ringing endorsement. I'm just giving you my initial reaction. And I don't know, I'm not trying to make you feel better. Well, maybe I am trying to make you feel better. I'm in denial a little bit. I think that this is really the outcome. There's a possibility of that. I'll fully admit that. We need to trust Shad Khan's decisions. I don't know who's jumping in and saying that. Tony told Shad it was the best roster ever. He's always saying the exact same thing about the AEW roster. Now, that's an interesting thought. Did Tony Khan actually say that to his dad?
I've actually been seeing that quite a few times.
That this is the best roster? I guess we haven't really talked a lot about that. It's a good thought. That could easily be the case, Austin, right? I mean, that's where you could have got that.
Okay, I guess.
I'm just saying, it's logical.
But if that's the case, then do we have to have a conversation about, well, how much should Tony Khan be advising Shad then going forward?
Yeah, that's fair. But he's probably the future owner of the team.
Oh, great. Cool.
I'm just saying. I didn't really think of it that way,
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, yeah, Tony Khan does also always bolster up like the AEW has the best roster, the best wrestlers in the world, and anything. But I felt like that was more of just like that's what you're supposed to say because it's professional wrestling. I don't know. Maybe Tony Khan told him that, but
I think one of the things as I'm just like flipping through a lot of these comments. I think if Tony told him, that doesn't get him up in front of the room and telling everybody. I think Correct. If the GM tells you, you're probably doing that as like, hey, this, and maybe the coach too, by the way, they all been in the same room. Like, hey, I think it would be cool if you deliver the message. Like, I don't know who came up with that, right? They could hear it from you. Again, that was very out of character for Shad Khan to do that. But what I think we're surprised about is somewhere in there, they said that to him. Whoever they is.
Yeah.
And he looks bad. Now, again, I guess he could have just said it. He could have just done it. I mean, he's like, hey, this is the best one we've seen. This is the best one we've had. This is the best one I've paid for. He could have done that on his own, but it just felt a little bit more calculated than that. You know what I mean? If you go back to look at that camp video, and again, he looks bad in that. Like he when we talked to him in London, I mean, I think that was eating at him. Their record, based on what he said. Now, he still believed they were talented, but that was before the Chicago game. We had talked to him, and then they got plastered by a bad Bears team, right? So there's a lot here that you just don't know, and that's left for interpretation with the Jags and with all these situations.
I mean, Brent, at the end of the day, I did see Tony Khan in a neck brace during the NFL draft. So maybe Tony Khan did tell Shad Khan that, and then Shad Khan repeated it, man. Like, nothing would surprise me anymore. I don't know.
Glad to see Brent savor that last peppermint mocha. It's not the last one, believe me. It'll be like 1 of 5 today. Been a long night. John says this, and I feel like we've heard from John in the past, so welcome to the show. Felt like Doug always pointed to the players while his seat was hot. Meanwhile, players were taking the hard questions and accountability. Organization failed them. I think that's a fair statement. I think Doug did not handle the adversity very well, and I think the players were left to take more ownership than maybe even Doug at times. They didn't point the finger his way. It did seem like at times he was pointing the finger their way, Austin.
Yeah, well, once again, I just think it goes back to things that we've been echoing, where there wasn't a plan. There wasn't any justification for why the season was happening the way that it was. All we heard from the first 6-7 weeks was, we got to get ourselves right in the mirror. We have to look at ourselves in the mirror. But there was no rhyme or reason why things were happening. And if you don't have answers, then everyone's just kind of following their own tail and kind of doing their own thing. That's what I gathered from this season.
Hamby, we'll get to more of our comments because they're all over the place, but I'll leave you with this one. And Delphonic, always there for some levity. Hey, when are y'all going to break down the Colts game? Thanks.
Riveting stuff, by the way, too, Brent.
Hey, by the way, I actually, for a game that didn't mean anything, I actually thought it was a decent football game.
The game was fine. One time I actually wanted the Colts to pump up some fan noise was that game because it was silent on TV. Now, maybe there were some mic issues. Maybe there were some mic issues, or
it was dead.
Was definitely quiet.
It was dead. Now, keep in mind, it was a snowstorm, too. It was snowing during the game, but also their team they were out, right? So it was a preseason game. But I thought the quality of football was actually more entertaining than I thought it would be. Mm-hmm. And here's this. I did not do this in the postgame because the game just didn't matter. But Delphonic, what I would have asked this question if this was like a middle of the season, I couldn't believe Doug didn't go for it on 4th and 3, down 3 points. I was shocked. No, seriously, they kicked the field goal. Cam Little, to his credit, finishes off a great year. But I'm like, this does feel like a preseason game. You don't want to go to overtime, right? Get everybody out healthy. And also, like, your MO is to be aggressive. That was a perfect opportunity to be aggressive, wasn't it? And I thought Doug missed right there. And then I was saying during the game, they never ran a fake punt this year, a fake field goal this year. Like, we were seeing all the creative stuff yesterday around the league because nobody was playing for anything. But doesn't that a little surprise you? Did Doug actually live up to who he is this year? Was he as aggressive as you'd like to see him? And I would say the answer is probably not. I feel like he punted more situations than he had the previous 2 years. I think even when he had to steal a possession against like a Philly or whatever else, they never called a fake punt or something like that. Now, maybe they just didn't get the look. There's some of that stuff. But you know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't feel as he was as aggressive. And that even was toward the finish line yesterday.
Damn it, Delphonic. Now we're talking about this Colts game.
No, that's a bigger picture story.
I thought, and make sure you stay tuned Thursday and Friday. We'll go to Paint the Play. I'll break down a bunch of plays that I like. Oh, man. It's Monday, Brent. Come on.
You don't have to comment on it. But I just thought, I was a little surprised by that. And, I mean, because here's the bigger picture part of that. One of the things that I thought Doug did a poor job of is staying on task. I thought this year they were grasping at things. They were like, okay, this isn't working. Let's try this. This isn't working. Let's try. I mean, for 4 weeks, they've been telling us they were going to try Prince at the cornerback position because they're trying to play some of the younger guys. Yesterday was the first time we saw him. Hey, we're going to play Eric Armstead here. Nope, we're going to play him here. Nope, we're not going to play him here. You know, like, there was a lot of that this year. Oh, we don't blitz. Oh, now we're going to blitz against the Patriots, and we're going to do it 2 times in a row. There's just like, I'm grasping for straws. Now, not all that's Doug, but I thought the coaching staff was like, and some of that's just trying to find something and reaching. But that's where I think even the 4th and 3 yesterday says, all right, man, be who you are. You're the aggressive guy. I swear, I was watching that game on TV at the time down in the basement of the building, and I'm next to somebody with the Jags. I'm like, they're definitely going for it here. He's not going to kick a 53-yarder. Not because of the overtime thing. I just think this is a great spot to go for it and try to win the football game because your defense can't stop them with a minute and a half to go or a minute to go or whatever was left on the clock. So I do think it's a little bigger element of what transpired here, Austin, this year, is that I think Doug got away from who he is and was at some times, and I think the press conferences showed that. I think some of their actions showed that. Some of their decisions showed that.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think it's, once again, it comes down to just not really having the plan, not really having the vision, just kind of going out there and taking the risk. And then when it doesn't work out, then you audible it, but then it's not, I don't know. Yeah, it's just that there was no clear vision, man. And once again, don't want to get into the game a lot because, well, it was the game yesterday and I think we all watched it. There's some things that you like, some things that you don't like.
Damn it. No, Phonic, it's your fault.
Hey, let me ask
this. You going, all right?
Oh, here we go, Hamby. Yeah, what'd you see, Tyson Campbell? What are we talking about now?
No.
Let's talk about this entire damn game.
No, not about the Colts. Do y'all think that Doug Pederson knew that he was gone? And if so, for how many weeks? Because obviously that's been a couple things in the chat. Today has been, well, Doug's known he's been gone for 6 weeks. Well, Doug's knows that he was done for the last couple of games, da-da-da-da-da. Some say from the beginning of the season. So where do you timeline that, and how long do you think he's known? Or maybe did he even not know? Do you think that Doug even maybe still thought he had a chance of surviving this?
I think he had a chance. I don't think it's good business practice to say, hey, after the Lions game, the Texans game, by the way, we're going to fire you, but by all means, keep doing your job till the end of the season.
Well, maybe not necessarily 100% new, but like even 90%. You know what I'm saying?
Listen, he's not naive, Hamby. He's been around the league for a while, and he wasn't you're not winning. Exactly. You're not achieving expectations. So deep down, I'm sure he knew. But did Shad Khan come out and say, hey, we're going to fire you at the end of the year, but go out there and keep coaching? I don't think so. I don't think that's good business. I think once you tell a coach that he's gone and there's still 3 or 4 games left, I think you do a detriment to the team. I think you do a detriment to your coaching staff when you do that. So I don't think Shad Khan ever came out and said, hey, we're going to let you go this season. I think Doug Pederson finally found out when we kind of all found out a little after it. But I do think that Doug Pederson saw the writing on the wall, though.
I do too. Listen, he knew. I mean, he understood the nature of the question when I asked it to him yesterday. He's understood the question the last couple of weeks. He said a couple of weeks ago, we put ourselves in this position. And I thought Doug was pretty good on the podium yesterday, by the way, in that situation. There's been a lot of anxious moments on the podium this year. I thought he was very professional and all the things that he said. And he, for the first time, said, listen, I want to be back. I'd like to be back. He was talking at times the last couple of weeks like he was going to be back, like he's turning it forward. But he also, to your point, Austin, he knew, right? I mean, he knows. And I will say this, my understanding is Shad was not back here in Jacksonville, by the way. So how this all went down is always interesting to me. It might have been a phone call. That really was Baalke the guy that actually delivered the news. I don't know. Another statement said he let him know. So I'm assuming that comes from the owner, but it might have come on a conversation, phone call. Hard to know. But this stuff, I know this. We're sitting on the tarmac at 1 o'clock in the morning, and we got in at 3 o'clock in the morning, and people were still like, I don't know when this is coming down. That there were a bunch of different scenarios. But that's how tight the news still was, even at 1 o'clock in the morning. Now, by the time I got off the bus, I had a really good inkling that news was coming. I didn't know exactly now. I will say that. I knew news was coming, but I didn't know what it meant. And I didn't know the Trent Baalke side of this. But I was told by somebody there's a curveball in there, potentially, as a scenario. And obviously, I think that's the curveball, but that's not to me that much of a curveball because it was one of the 4 scenarios possible. You either get rid of everybody, you bring them all back, or you keep one or keep the other. There are 4 scenarios the whole time, so I'm not sure that part is much curveball. That's why I do wonder, is the curveball potentially him hanging on and then retiring at some point? Is this story done when it comes to Trent Baalke? Maybe we find out a little bit more today.
Yeah, I mean, to me, the curveball, like if they keep Trent Baalke and then go with him, this next year, I mean, that's not even a curve. That's an airbender, Brent. Shout out to Devin Williams. Gonna miss you. Have fun in New York.
Chin music.
have fun in New York, dude. We're gonna miss you. Not really, but hey, Brent, when you said that you had an inkling, was that a better inkling than you had with the weather there in Indianapolis? Because I heard that you said the snow wasn't that bad, and then hey, I guess the snow got a little bad now, didn't it?
Well, I did tweet coming down the elevator that it doesn't look that bad. There wasn't. We were on. Listen, we were on our way to get out of there, and then they were like 20 minutes. We're leaving in 20 minutes. They were de-icing the plane, everything, and then all of a sudden something changed. Like I think they had to plow some of the runway, and that delayed us a little bit. And then that delay led to another delay. Then they had to de-ice again. And then there was an equipment part of the de-icing machine that they were waiting on. I mean, before you knew it, man, it was 7 hours deep. 7 hours on a runway. Crazy. It was crazy, but it is what it is. And I don't complain about that stuff. It just is it's just a wild ending to the year because we are so fortunate so many times to get back. There are a lot of people that didn't get back from Indy probably yesterday, given the situation on a commercial flight. They canceled some. They didn't cancel all. Like it's not like the airport was closed, so we didn't get preferential treatment in that respect. But we usually have pretty good luck traveling with the Jags. Twice this year, though. Now Buffalo game and that just added to a season that almost you had to chuckle at a little bit last night, given that response. Brent Martineau, along with Austen Lane, Jason Hamby, Brent Austen Show. Okay, I teased this a little bit ago. You teased it going to break, and you asked about Brian Thomas. So do you really feel, Austin, that Brian Thomas's year helped bring back Trent Baalke? You suggested that. Do you think that's a real thing?
Listen, man, Brent, I'm to the point where I'm trying to. I mean, now I'm grasping at straws, right? I'm trying to figure out what does Trent Baalke have where it's like, okay, we got to keep him because he's shown us this. And I think the biggest thing that he's done so far for this franchise, once again, I'm not going to give him the benefit of the doubt on Trevor Lawrence. Layup. Not even going to give him the benefit of the doubt for Trayvon Walker. I get he had the long arms. You're a long arm kind of guy. Okay. Layup. But we'll give you credit on because you could have went in a couple of directions, I feel like, was trading back and still getting Brian Thomas Jr. So I think with the emergence of Brian Thomas Jr., Brent, and arguably, having the best rookie wide receiver performance in the NFL, yeah, I think that may have helped him out because, once again, this is me trying to go into Shad Khan's mind and say, why do we need him here as a GM? Well, we drafted Brian Thomas Jr., and look at what Brian Thomas Jr. is doing now.
Yeah, I don't think one move saves your job, right? But I'll tell you this. I think, to make sure I say this the right way, I think there's a lot of confidence in Shad Khan that the core players that are here are really good players that he wants here, that can change the franchise, that can win here. Trevor, Josh Hines-Allen, Tyson Campbell. I know didn't have a great year, but I'm just telling you, listen, I'm not telling you, we can argue all of these if you want. I'm just telling you what I think Shad believes. So I think he believes this. That's why he paid those guys, right? I think Brian Thomas Jr. adds to that. I think there's a guy like Anton Harrison adds to that. I think you get a guy like Trayvon Walker. He adds to that. I think these are players. Now, he might be very much like me at times, where we have not had a lot of great players in Jacksonville. We've had some, but not a lot. So are we a little skewed in our belief of what's good and what's great? I think we got caught there a little bit this year. Okay, is this a great football team? Probably not. Is this a good football team? Yeah, it should be, right? There's a difference there, though. So is Shad skewed in that? Maybe. But my point is, I think he believes that these players, the players that he paid, the players that they have acquired, are really good players. So if he believes that, he's actually on Team Baalke in that sense. Because that guy brought him in. You know what I'm saying, Austin? I think he is adjoined with Baalke in that regard that, hey, you can't tell me that Trevor isn't a good player, that Josh Hines-Allen's not a good player, Trayvon's not a good player, that these guys aren't good players, Brian Thomas Jr. These are good players, better than we've had around here. So I'm just telling you, I think that's what Shad really believes. I think some of us all believe they are good players to a degree. But if he bought into that, that means he's kind of buying into Baalke, right?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. But like, belief is one thing and facts are another thing. And like, if we want to, we spend a lot of time on the show talking about the Detroit Lions. And Brent, didn't you like write an article about the Detroit Lions and the similarities with the Jacksonville Jaguars? Isn't that on the Action News Jax website?
Yeah, that's very good. That is. You can also watch the show on the Action News Jax website when you read that article. But obviously, Shad didn't read the entire article.
Here's what I'm getting at. I get belief is an important thing. Okay. But what do we know right now about this team, Brent? I know that Trayvon Walker, yeah, he's going to be a pillar. He'll probably command a new contract. He's a guy you want to keep around. I do know that even though Josh Hines-Allen didn't maybe achieve expectations like we all wanted him to for where he's getting paid, we're still confident he's going to be a great player for this organization going forward. I know those two things. I do know that with Trevor Lawrence, and we can throw the EPA and we can throw all this stuff out and all the excuses, we still don't know. We don't know how good he can be. Okay? That's a fact. Like, I don't need to see any kind of analytics. Like, what I see on the field shows me, okay, there's some good, but there was also some Okay, so we don't know yet if Trevor's going to be like a top 5 guy. Don't need him to be, I get it. But we don't know yet. The jury is still out on how good Trevor Lawrence can be. The jury is still out on how good Tyson Campbell can be. Okay? Yes, injuries are one thing. But let's be honest. Has he been playing like a top 5, top 6 corner lockdown on the best receiver?
Not at all.
Not all the time. Anton Harrison, Brent. I know you like him a lot. I do too. Is Anton Harrison, can you say going forward, okay, this guy's going to be a lock, this guy's going to be a Pro Bowl? I can't say that. So and Brian Thomas Jr., obviously, classic example, so far so good. A+ pick. Besides that, Brent, I can't really say a lot of the roster. Evan Ingram too, when he's healthy, sure. But besides that, I can't say Christian Kirk anymore because of the injuries. I can't say Gabe Davis. So what are we really buying into then? We're buying into more of the hope that it all turns out well as opposed to what we know. And why I brought up the Detroit Lions is because here's what we know about the Detroit Lions. And yeah, they've had a lot of injuries as well. But the guys that you paid in Detroit, Jared Goff, guess what? We know. Okay? Jared Goff is an elite quarterback at this point. We know this. And you can say, well, the EPA. Just watch him. Watch how that offense runs. He's a good quarterback. Amon-Ra St. Brown. Watch him. One of the most underrated, one of the best wide receivers in the league. Just watch him. And guess what? Penei Sewell. I get offensive linemen kind of boring to watch. Just watch him. Watch him for one game. See what he does. And tell me those 3 guys earned their money because they did. And on the other side, we got Trevor Lawrence. We'll see. Josh Hines-Allen. Yeah, he's good, but a little underachieved. And then we got Tyson Campbell, who's in we'll see mode. That's the difference. You paid the guys in Detroit, and they're all performing. They're all pillars. You like what they do. We paid the guys here, and it's like, all right, we'll see. That's the difference.
Yeah, it's a good point. Whiskey Mike, by the way, says Trevor won't play another snap here now. But that's what I'm. Are you kidding? Trevor got signed by Shad and Trent Baalke. This is my point a little earlier. They like those guys. They gave him $275 million. He believes in them. Now, the whole Doug relationship thing, I think that's up for debate. I don't know. I actually don't buy it as much, but I think it's worth a conversation. Did he get the best out of him? Was he using him properly? All those things. I think they do like each other, by the way. I don't think there's angst there. I'm just saying you can always question whether somebody is making you the best, right? At your workplace. Forget about if you're an athlete or not. At your workplace, is somebody putting you in a position to make you the best, give you the best chance to win. I think that's what anybody wants as a competitor, an employee, a quarterback, an athlete, all those things. So I think those things are fair, but not the guy that gave you $275 million, man. You're getting that dude a Christmas present and a bottle of wine. So, I mean, he's going to play here again. He loves this place, and the players do. They don't care about Baalke is my point. Jason Hamby on here as well now. And Austin, I think you just said a lot of good things. But again, I think we got to, there's a difference. It's not what we debate about those players. In my opinion, it's what Shad thinks. And Shad has bought into those guys. Maybe right, maybe wrong, but he's bought into those guys. And when he buys into those guys, Amby, he goes on Team Baalke. Because Baalke bought into those guys. Baalke sold them on those guys. So he is, if you really look at this, it just hit me in this conversation. If you really think about he's on Team Doug, he's on Team Baalke, he wants everything to be work. He wants everything great. But if he's going to pick a side right now based on what he wrote, maybe we're looking at it the wrong way, that Baalke is the one, or he's embarrassed by the fact that he got up and said, this is the best team ever assembled. You know what? Just like Baalke believes it, he believes it too, Hamby.
Yeah, I think he does. I think he just watched. I mean, we talked about all of those pillars, and then Brian Thomas Jr. having the year he did. Shad Khan just watched ETN have the worst year of his season, and he watched Anton maybe not take steps up. He watched Josh Allen take a step down as far as production. I'm not saying his play did, because I think we all agree that he did a lot more in the run game, whatever, stuff like that. And I think that it's so obvious that a lot of this could just be Shad still believes just as much in the. I wonder. I guess that's one of my questions that if I could have it answered, that Shad would answer today is, you asked him in London, what does he still believe about the roster? And he still said he believes in the roster. He believes in the coach. He still believes that they could turn it around. Well, what does he think about the roster now? I think that would tell us a lot about whether it's him just believing this on his own, or if it's Baalke putting these thoughts in his head and getting in his ear and saying, this is the best team that we've ever assembled, or if Shad just believes that on his own because of the contracts, because of the money that he's paid out, and just standing in why and being I don't want to call him a casual observer, because I don't think he's a casual observer of the Jags. I would say he's a casual observer of the NFL. He believes we have great talent here. So that puts him on Team Baalke, and I want to know if he still believes that with the current roster construction that we had, that we should have won, we should have been a playoff team. Shad, based off of the roster that we finish it with, do you think that we still should have been a playoff team? Yes or no? I don't know. I don't think he would answer that, but that's what I would like to hear.
He's still the only reason why Trent Baalke still has a job is because Shad Khan believes in this roster. What it comes down to for me is that they have the roster in place. They think they do. They have the players to win championships. They think they do. The issue is that Doug Pederson didn't get the best out of it. That's the only way to justify why Doug Pederson doesn't have a job anymore and Trent Baalke does. So I think the writing's on the wall when we talk about how Shad Khan feels about this roster, whether it's right or wrong. He believes that he has the roster to compete. And that's why Trent Baalke is still here.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, that is the logic behind that. Now, is that enough? And is there more to come? I still will put that. I still am curious. We'll see what he has to say about those things. Again, I think there's a lot of questions you can ask here about Shad. We'll see how many get asked. We'll see how many he answers. But I think, Austin, how important is it for the GM, for people in the building to believe in the GM? Again, we're talking about the locker room. I don't think they care about the GM that much. I think they're like, they when you're here's what you got to understand. When you're in the middle of something, I'll say the foxhole again. This is a league. You listen to Mitch Moore's talk yesterday after the game, and that dude is so appreciative of the players that he goes to battle with each and every day. He's a real pro, and he is appreciative of the effort and the way that they stayed on task, because he mentions for the last several weeks, it doesn't always happen that way. And it could go a different way. And he's respectful of that. The camaraderie. That's why these guys, you, Austin, you miss that. That's why you're in. Yeah. There's some respect that is built when you go through what you go through each and every day, each and every week. You live in that bubble. And even when you don't do well, you have admiration for Mike Mularkey. You have admiration for those teams that you played on, the guys that you played with. I get that. Correct. I think that's a big thing. But at the same time, is there belief in how important is it for there to be belief in the organization from the top down? Shad, I think there's always going to be respect for him. But I'm talking about Trent Baalke. He's kind of that next guy in line. Mark Lamping would also be. I think there's respect for Mark Lamping and what he does. But then there's Trent Baalke. How important is it for everybody from the season ticket seller to the player in the locker room to be bought in to what the GM's doing? Because I think that's the biggest question mark here in Jacksonville. I don't know if I believe that's the case. I think the biggest believers in the GM are probably the guys that are in the locker room, because they're the ones that got the checks from him.
Well, yeah, and as they should. Yeah, I mean, I think there definitely is a disconnect, Brent, in terms of, like you said, that whole building, right? And this isn't a character thing on Trent Baalke. This isn't slandering someone's behavior as a person. This is just speaking facts of what your resume says. And yeah, I do think there's a disconnect there. Now, we're talking about, has Shad Khan bought in? Is he hopeful that this is the roster and everything? I'm going to be honest with you, Brent, and maybe I'm just speaking for myself here, and I'm not trying to speak for the entire collective of a fan base or even you or even Hamby. I'm so sick and tired of talking about hope and like what we want it to be. I'm trying to base my stuff in facts, man. I'm trying to base my stuff in reality. Like, how many times we talked about hope where, okay, this is going to change, like, and nothing's ever really happened with it. And we're still, it seems like, stuck at phase one. So I'm tired of hope. And this is, I guess, once again, where some frustration comes from, where I think maintaining Baalke and liking the roster, if you're Shad Khan, is based more in hope than it is actually in reality.
Yeah, that's fair.
And facts.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
I think you need a complete overhaul in some of the guys in that locker. I think whether you want to call them more dogs, whether you want to call them more up around the edges guys, whether you want to talk about more vocal leaders, you need some of those guys in there. Okay? Not saying they got to be all world, all pro. I'm just saying you need a little bit of something new. And I don't know if you're going to get that with Trent Baalke. I think Trent Baalke drafts a certain type of guy. I think Trent Baalke likes a certain type of guy. And yes, he's had some hits and he's had some misses. But once again, if I'm Shad Khan, you can't go off of hope anymore. And guess what, Brent? If you want to talk about season tickets and selling to the fan base, you're going to sell more hope? You're going to be like, hey, just wait with us, man, because we may not see the vision, but we're hopeful it's going to work out.
Well, speaking of this
People
guy,
are done with hope.
Jag Jitsu just said, I live in Cali. I fly to Jacksonville 3 times a season for games with my wife and 7 daughters. I will not be doing so next season. Khan keeping Baalke was it for me.
Here's the deal. I don't buy that, though. And I don't buy that. And I'm not trying to call him a lie. I'm just saying I don't buy.
For everybody.
Well, because here's the deal, Austin. As soon as, let's just come with me here for a second. They hire Ben Johnson, and you're flying from California again. You don't react. Like, this is where I do think it's a little different. People are not going to not watch the Jags because of Baalke. They're not. It could be because of Doug and Baalke, but they're not going to do it just because of Baalke.
It's not because of Baalke, man. It's because of Shad Khan.
And they're not going to do it because of that. If Ben Johnson is named the head coach of this football team, they're coming to watch the Jags.
And what happens if he isn't?
Well, then Liam Cohen is. I mean,
people going to be excited about Liam Cohen?
I think they could.
Is he the hot name?
I think so.
Well, I think so.
I think Ben Johnson's the big name. I think if you don't get Ben Johnson, people will be disappointed.
Well, I think there is disappointment there, no doubt. But, okay, we got to talk about that part, right? We got to talk about who's coming to Jacksonville. How's it going to be? Would you come to Jacksonville now? How much of will this hamper the search? All those things. We got to take a time out. We got to catch up a little bit. I also got a TV hit at noon to do. But let's take a quick time out. Come back. We'll start that conversation. We got till 1 o'clock and maybe even more. Who knows? Maybe a little bonus if we have to here on the show today. Brent Austen Show started at 9:15 today. Normally 10 o'clock on the Action Sports Jacks 24/7 network. Stay tuned. More on the Jags. Oh boy, coming up. Burgers or breakfast, you can get it all at Whataburger. Try something new on the menu or an all-time favorite like the Whataburger Patty Melt.
And now you can have breakfast here at Whataburger 12 hours a day, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m. Menu items like the bacon taquito, sausage taquito, honey butter chicken biscuit. Whether you work the late night shift, just want a snack early in the morning to get your day started, or a little pick-me-up late in the morning, 12 hours a day, breakfast served, 11 p.m. until 11 a.m.
A dozen locations in Jacksonville. You can order pickup or delivery and download the Whataburger app. New rewards members get free Whataburger items when placing their first online order. Just download the app. And for us coffee drinkers, Whataburger has all new hot coffee and iced coffee too. Satisfy that coffee craving at Whataburger 24/7, and it comes in a variety of flavors. Burgers, breakfast, coffee, and so much more. Whataburger, just like you like it.
People helping people. It's at the core of what Alive Credit Union is all about, and it's been that way for over 70 years. From the start in 1954 to today, the mission remains to inspire financial wellness and give you a financially fit lifestyle. Alive Credit Union and its employees are committed to not only serving their valued members, but also our community here in Northeast Florida. I had a chance to see that commitment firsthand as Alive partnered with our Action Sports Jacks 24/7 team to bring you Armada men's and women's soccer broadcasts. Inside the 18, it is a shot, and it's a goal! Chloe Chivers! And that connection to the community continues with Alive Credit Union's support of the Police Athletic League of Jacksonville. Alive Credit Union's commitment to our community also involves serving the financial needs of all first responders through the recent merger partnership with City and Police Federal Credit Union. Join the community and become a member of Alive Credit Union today. Find out the many ways you can be inspired in financial wellness at alivecu.coop.
I've been telling you about CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing for a long time now. Their drinking water systems remove up to 99% of contaminants.
We've had a Connecticut water softener and drinking water system in our home for more than 7 years. You can see the difference whether you're washing clothes, the dishes, or what I like to do most, fill this up for some coffee every morning, and mostly all day. Remember, if you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter.
Right now, save $1,000 or more when you bundle a Connecticut Premier Softener with a Connecticut K5 drinking water system. The experts at CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing will test your water for free and determine your water score. Don't know your water score? CGC will find out and recommend the appropriate Connecticut water treatment solutions so you can improve it. Call 904-552-1242 or visit cgcwater.com. Ask about our 90-day love it or leave it guarantee. CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, an authorized independent Connecticut dealer. Florida license number CFC 1432579. Baker Sports is local sports. Uniforms from Pop Warner and Little League to travel ball, high school, and college. They make you look good. They help you play good. Baker Sports has been helping families make memories that will last a lifetime with their Baker's Buckets. We've got a lot of these filled with baseballs and softballs in the garage. I've been throwing batting practice to Ty and Kaylee for years and also sit on the Baker's Bucket, catching Kaylee while she practices or pitching. Baker Sports is homegrown, and a lot of employees that used to play on local ball fields now work for Baker Sports, now helping you look good, play good, and make memories of your own. Visit Bakersport.com to see what Baker Sports can do for you. Custom apparel, Nike, Under Armour, Adidas, embroidery, screen printing, and more. Baker Sports is local sports from Jacksonville to anywhere in the Southeast. Bakersport.com. When it's time to get a new car for anyone in your family, just remember, nobody but Nimnick, the #1 Buick GMC dealer in Jacksonville. Get the latest price breaks on 2023 and 2024 models or the newest 2025 vehicles in the showroom on Phillips Highway or shop online at nimnickbuickgmc.com 24 hours a day. GMC Sierras, Yukons, and the redesigned Acadias, or get the all-new redesigned line with Buicks. It's nobody but Nimnick, and part of the reason why is this is a first-class buying experience here at Nimnick Buick GMC. You're not just a customer, you're a friend. This is about getting a vehicle that best fits you and getting you on the road, and also helping you and your family down the road. Nimnick has a treating you right guarantee, courtesy, respect, fairness. And most Buicks, GMCs, and Jacksonville's only Car Bravo dealer, nobody but Nimnick. Who has put in the most years and stands behind a better experience? Nobody but Nimnick. GMC. We are professional grade.
Welcome back to the Brent and Austen Show, streaming on the Action Sports Jacks 24/7 network.
Back to the Brent and Austen Show. Brent Martineau Austen Lane down South Florida is getting ready for his UFC fight, which really is a little bit away, but the training begins now. The offseason begins now for the Jacksonville Jaguars, as the Jaguars are now finished with the season at 4-13, and a miserable one at that. One of the most disappointing seasons in franchise history. Brings great change, or just some change. Doug Pederson fired, Trent Baalke, the GM, retained, and probably the worst case situation. Do you think this is the worst case situation, or would it have been if both stayed, Austen?
Ooh, I mean, I think both staying would be the worst case, Brent, but this is, I think it's like 1A, 1B.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about. I mean, I thought it was the fourth option that would have happened. I'll just say that. I'm not sure best or whatever, but I thought it was the first. I thought they'd both be gone. Then I thought, oh, wait a minute, maybe they both stay. And then I was like, Doug would stay, and then Trent would stay. So it was, someone said, I about threw my phone when I saw it on X and punched a hole in my wall. Yeah, it was that kind of, it's like, really? Because we thought this could be a possibility, but you never really think it could be a possibility. Isn't that kind of the way everybody's feeling?
I mean, I just think people are shocked because I think of all the scenarios, like you mentioned, like, I thought both would be gone. I thought the second most obvious would have been, okay, they're going to keep Doug Pederson, let Trent Baalke go. I thought the third most obvious would be, okay, they're going to keep both of them and whatever happens, happens. The fourth case scenario that I thought was going to happen was Doug Pederson gets let go and Trent Baalke's retained. Like that, I don't care what the odds would have been. There's no way I would have put any money down on that happening.
Yeah, listen, we're going to do a couple of things going on here, kind of way late on breaks, so we got to catch up a little bit. And at noon, I got to do a hit on CBS 47 for TV, right from here, by the way. So we'll pump up the show a little bit for our Price is Right viewers that are coming up at noon on CBS 47. We'll have full coverage, in fact, team coverage. Stuart Weber's down at the stadium. Maybe we'll hear from him on this show as well in the noon hour. And then we've got coverage 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, Jags Report live tonight, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock on CBS 47 and Fox 30, full team coverage with the entire Action Sports Jacks team. But before we go to another break, and so we're just going to do something unusual, we'll break a couple of times in a short span. If you listen to our show and watch our show, we don't go to commercial break like the other guys do as much, and they're shorter commercial breaks. We like to tout that around here. But I will ask you this for the next couple of minutes, Austin.
Yeah.
How much do you seriously think, I know it's out there, but how much do you seriously think keeping Baalke will hamper getting the guy you want as the head coach?
A lot. Because, okay, here's what I think, but also kind of what I know. I know I phrased that really weird because like I'm going by what people are telling me, but I'm also going by just what I see. Coaches these days, when they want to come into a new organization, they want more power than ever. It used to be back in the day when you're a head coach, you go in there, you state your case, and then it's like, okay, I have to follow the rules, the constructs of everything that's been put into place, but I'm the guy that's, coaching the team. Nowadays, coaches want more power of like, I'm coming in here, here's what the plan's going to be. I need these resources. I got to do this. I have to get along with this. I got to make sure the GM's on the same page. Like, it's a lot more complex than it used to be, Brent, in terms of trying to bring a new head coach because it's all about power. And I think when you have Trent Baalke in that role already as a GM, you don't necessarily get as much power as you want coming in. Whether it's the interview, whether it's the process of hiring, it's not all there. So to answer your question, yes, I think Trent Baalke does hamper your chances of getting the best candidate possible. Now, if it's Ben Johnson, can Ben Johnson look past it and say, you know what? Maybe I've heard some bad things about him, but I'm willing to take a gamble and work with Trent Baalke? Possibly. But I think if you were the owner of a team and you want to get the best possible candidate, then you start with a clean slate. You hear what that candidate's got to say and then appease him from there. Because I'll be honest, Brent, to me right now, the most important thing about this organization is a new head coach. It's not a GM. It's a head coach. Because the GM's not going to establish the culture. A GM's not going to, win you a Super Bowl right now. To me, it's more important to find the coach first and then worry about the GM later.
All right, good deal. Hey, here's the deal. We're not going to go to commercial break. We're going to get this is going to be fun for everybody. Maybe not me. We'll see. But we're going to do a live TV hit here on the show, on the Brent Austen Show, in our Action Sports Jacks 24/7 network studio. So, Hamby, I'm going to have to do it. You're going to get behind-the-scenes look here for if you're watching the show now, and then we'll continue with the conversation. But, Hamby, probably on in about 2 minutes. And when that is the case, there might even be a little bit of silence here as we wait for the TV end of this. So just hang with us, and we'll give the news of the day. Hamby, you're going to have to take me full, though, and you're going to have to lower that audio a little bit when it's time to go, okay? So maybe Dave.
Am I not doing this?
What's that?
I'm not doing this.
You don't have to do anything. No, you just.
I was going to swear too. Damn it. Okay, never mind.
Well, yeah, good start there. Hey, Hamby, one other thing. Make sure you lower the audio of Austin. I don't trust him.
I got it. Don't worry.
So, yes, producer, I do have you. See that? We're already talking to the producer. I'm listening to Hamby. Yes, we're good back there in the TV studio. We're ready at 12:01. All right, sounds good. So there we go. We're 2 minutes away. This is how it works in the
You
TV.
do 2 shows at once.
We're going to do 2 shows at once here. This is a little behind the scenes look. But again, this will last about 2 minutes, and then we'll get back to a normally scheduled program. We don't have to hit a break. So there you go, Austin. Austin, you basically have about 60 seconds.
I don't know. What am I?
You have about 60 seconds left to talk. That's it.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Are you nervous about this?
I'm not doing anything, so why would I be nervous about it?
I know, but I'm a little nervous about it. I don't get nervous a lot on TV.
Okay, so just so we're clear, I'm getting muted, right? So I'm not going to be on TV?
You're not going to be on TV.
Okay. I'll talk about, okay.
But your makeup looks great today.
Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
You shot really well. Now it's gone fuzzy a little bit, but overall, the shot's been excellent today.
All right, I'm taking them off.
I think, yeah. Take me off.
All right, you take them off. So again, here's the deal. Just to reset, we're going to reset here with TV on everything going on in Jacksonville today. So we're about to do a TV hit on CBS 47. You can watch Action News Jax at noon right now, and we'll have complete coverage and team coverage. Stuart Weber's down at the stadium. So if you're near a TV, we always invite you to flip on CBS 47. Or if you're on the app watching our Action Sports Jax 24/7 network, you can also flip that on, and you can flip back and forth between the news program and our sports program. And if you want to get a little weather, because right now apparently it's going to be a windy day in Jacksonville and a chilly week, you can also do that as I'm watching Trevor Gibbs at the same time. So we're going to do TV here in a moment, so there might be a little bit of silence, and then we'll get back to our conversation about, does this GM Trent Baalke retaining hamper the Jags? So here we go. Don, I would say more than surprised. I think stunning. We are right in the middle of our show right now, the Brent Austen Show on the Action Sports Jax 24/7 network. So welcome into the studios where we've had more than 20,000 viewers this morning. That's how hot of a topic this is, and I think how stunned people are. It's one thing that Doug Pederson got fired, but the other thing, the prevailing story, why did Shad Khan keep GM Trent Baalke here for now and for this next run at another head coach? Baalke and Pederson have been tied together for the last 3 years, and obviously the first year was terrific. They went to the playoffs in comeback fashion, 9-8 record. There was excitement like this, 9-8, but an epic collapse last year. Set the table for a big season this year, and one of the best teams the Jags thought they had on paper. Instead, it resulted in a 4-13 campaign. Pretty obvious, though, that Shad Khan blames head coach Doug Pederson as he fired him this morning. And part of the statement that Shad Khan delivered this morning, he mentions the firing of Doug Pederson, but he also says this about keeping general manager Trent Baalke. I'll collaborate with GM Trent Baalke and others within and close to our organization to hire a leader who shares my ambition and is ready to seize the extraordinary opportunity we will offer here in Jacksonville. Now, I was in Indianapolis yesterday, immediately following the Jaguars' 13th loss of the season, and at the time, I had asked Doug Pederson what he thought about his fate moving forward. Well, and now we know Doug Pederson has been fired and the makings of that good football team still exist, and Shad Khan believes in general manager Trent Baalke. Baalke and Shad Khan will talk to the media and the fans at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Of course, we'll have the latest for you there and the latest throughout the next hour or so right here on the Brent Austen Show on the Action Sports Jax 24/7 network, guys. All right, now we welcome you back here to the Brent Austen Show, and we did it. How did it go, Austin? It's in the books. Live TV in the middle of our show.
How did it go? Dude, I didn't do any. Dude, now I know how Kelly Rowland feels when she's with Beyonce. Now I know. Now I know what it felt like to be the third member of Destiny's Child. Yeah,
well, now
Brent,
I can take
sounded
another
fantastic.
earpiece out because I have like two things going through my ear as well at the same time. So good work, Hamby. Good work, Dave Wax and Sesnick and everybody else that makes this happen. I have no idea how we did it, but we did it. You just saw live TV at its best. Or maybe not at its best. I don't know. We'll see how it came out. But, hey, I don't think we care about the best around here in Jacksonville. That's why GM Trent Baalke is still here. Another Segway win for me on the Segway game, Austen Lane.
Nicely done, man. I like that a lot.
All right, here's the deal. I want to really get into this, okay? As we're hearing from players in the locker room, too. We'll get to some more of that in the next hour. We've got about an hour to go. And there's a lot going on. We've really hammered the idea of GM Trent Baalke staying. I don't really think we've even talked a lot about Doug Pederson going, but I think everybody gets that part. We've been talking about that for weeks. So the conclusion here on Doug Pederson is not surprising. The conclusion on GM Trent Baalke is not only surprising, but stunning and quite frankly, exasperating for the fan base. I will say it again at what I said at the start of the show. When we started at 9:15 this morning, a little bonus edition of the Brent Austen Show. There is not one person in Jacksonville outside of Trent's family that believes this should be the move today. Like, this is not a popular opinion vote. Not even close. You can't get anybody on board with this. I think I saw a comment or two, Hamby, in the chat that someone's like, I know I'm in the minority, but I think Doug, and so maybe there's more.
Right.
But when I say there's one or two, there's one or two then. Like, this is an overwhelming majority. I did a poll on Friday that just ended yesterday. I think it had like 800 votes or so. And I said, who do you blame more? And I thought actually more people would blame Pederson given the circumstance of being in the season. He's more front and center. People were mad at Doug. People started not to like Doug. It was 60-40 in favor of Baalke, Austin. Who do you blame more for what's going on in Jacksonville? It was 60-40. If you had kept Doug Pederson and fired Trent Baalke today, there would not be this much angst here in Jacksonville.
100%.
Of course, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, man, I feel like that's an obvious thing, right? Like, I think, I mean, once again, you don't want to appease the fans by any means, but I think if you're going to read the room and you wanted to retain somebody, Doug Pederson would have gone over more with the fan base than definitely Trent Baalke. I think, like, at this point, Shad Khan should just, like, because obviously the social media team of the Jaguars has been through it the past couple years, and I feel bad for them because, I mean, what can you really post without getting, absolutely ridiculed online? Shad Khan should just open it up like it's American Idol and just say, like, hey, who should we have make our next head coach? Let the fans vote, and just let the fans run the season on Twitter.
Guys, real quick.
Could be worse. Could be worse than last year.
We got a little milestone here in the bottom right.
Doug was a horrible leader?
Nope. Try again. You missed it.
1,000 messages.
1,000 messages.
Wow.
1,000 messages.
What? We missed it, Austin. It was 1,000 messages on Restream today.
1,000.
So appreciate it. Seriously, listen, I appreciate everybody. We appreciate everybody jumping in and finding the show and being a part of it. And that's part of I wish we could say everything that everybody's saying, but the cool thing about what we do here is you guys have your own conversation along the way while listening to ours too and then reacting to ours. So we appreciate that. And we'll get to some more of them. And listen, this isn't a story that's just going to stop today. We know that. Okay, I really want to get into this side. Can they get Ben Johnson? Like, is Ben Johnson the guy? Hamby, Ben Johnson your guy?
I like him a lot.
Austin,
I'm not going to sell out.
Austin, Ben Johnson your guy?
I like Vrabel. But, I mean, Ben Johnson's... Huh?
Vrabel is already signed. I feel like he's already signed, sealed, and delivered in New England.
No, I absolutely. Like, I'm not saying he's coming to Jacksonville. I'm saying I liked Mike Vrabel. I would want Mike Vrabel here. I'm not saying he's coming here. Probably not now. So, yeah, to my list would go Vrabel, then Ben Johnson.
So if Jacksonville is the top job for a head coach, the question is a general manager being retained enough to deter that coach from wanting to come here? Right?
That's the question. Yeah, again, here's the deal. This is important. This isn't Doug Marrone's situation. Doug Marrone would not have been a head coach in the National Football League in 2017 if it wasn't for the Jags and Tom Coughlin. Urban Meyer might not have been a coach in the National Football League and given the reins like he was if it wasn't for Shad Khan and the Jacksonville Jaguars. I'm not talking about a candidate that well, should he be a coach or will he get an opportunity? I wonder if like a Todd Monken fits in this. And I like Monk a lot.
Yeah.
But I wonder how many people are going to actually give him an opportunity. I think he should be getting more looks, but I wonder if they're giving him an opportunity.
Not young enough.
And so, like, he might fit in this. I'm talking about the best guy because there are a lot of people around the league that think this is the best job. So if you have the best job and the guy doesn't want to come because of Trent Baalke, that's a problem. So can you get Ben Johnson? Can you get Mike Vrabel if that's Austin's guy? I think most people would go with Ben Johnson right now. I don't mind the Mike Vrabel stuff. I agree with Hamby. I think it looks like he's heading to New England. But can you even get a Liam Cohen if he's like next on the list? Can you get one of the top 3 guys that if you polled the league, they would say, like, you got to go get this guy? Can you still do it with Baalke? My belief is actually different than a lot of other people. I think the immediate answer here is no. And that's because people can't stand the idea of Baalke being in there. I don't believe that. I think power becomes a part of this. Vision becomes a part of this. How much power are you going to give a guy like Ben Johnson? All the other tools are there. I think they can still accomplish this with Baalke in place. I don't like the fact that he is in place. I think it would be better if he wasn't in place. But I think they can still get Ben Johnson. I got a feeling Austin doesn't agree.
Well, you know, when Ben Johnson's interviewing with teams, he's got like essentially the Bill Belichick pamphlet of like hundreds of pages of things. Yeah, I think that hurts your opportunity to get Ben Johnson then if you still have a GM in place.
Guys, can y'all explain? So say that Baalke was fired today, right? How does Shad go about? Is the general manager hired first? Is the coach hired first? How does that power dynamic work with who gets, Ben Johnson? Does he have any say in who they get, or is it all general manager? I think among fans, and it seems like we do this every cycle, but I think it's necessary, there's confusion about exactly how that works and how these power dynamics play out.
Yeah, I would say this is my thought on how this happens, and I'm going to tell you what I kind of thought, Austin, going back when we were doing this in 2022. And I wasn't right on this, though. And again, I'll readily admit I wasn't correct. And I'm leading myself down the same path with wondering if there's more to the Baalke stuff because I'm in damn denial about it. Like I really am. It's crazy.
Brent's just trying to get a W around here, man. He's trying to get a dub.
No, I'm not trying to be right. I don't care about being right. I really don't.
Oh, I know. You picked the Cowboys to win the Super Bowl. We know you don't care about being right. We're all aware.
But I'm trying to follow. I need some logic. I need some trends. I need some. This is a path. I need to follow a roadmap here. Why this is going to happen. So, back in 22, I was like, listen, same type of deal. He's along for the ride, but he'll give the coach, if we get to that point, the opportunity to be like, I can work with him or not. We got to pivot. And I think that's actually why the EVP role was in play a little bit, Austin, there. And if you go back to that time, it definitely was in play. And so now I come fast forward here. I would say this. I don't think Doug Pederson, based on how many interviews he had, I think he only had 2 and maybe a sniff from another, had as much leverage as a guy like Ben Johnson has. Ben Johnson has Chicago.
Which is crazy.
Ben Johnson has New England.
Coming off a Super Bowl.
Well, this guy might be coming off a Super Bowl too. And so I think Ben Johnson has a lot of leverage. I think he has a lot more than Mike Vrabel, quite frankly, even though Mike Vrabel might have other opportunities, and he might have leverage too. But I think Ben Johnson holds the leverage trophy. And so do you bring him into this and ultimately say, since you report to me, meaning the owner, say, hey, can you work with him? Do you want to work with him? Is that okay? I think Doug was like, yeah, that's cool. I'm not sure Ben will be like that. If Ben's got the pamphlet, if Ben's got the book, if Ben's got an idea, if Ben's got, hey, you've got to have this stuff in place. And so I wonder, Austin, if some of that statement was even, hey, the head coach could still determine the fate of Trent Baalke. Could that be in play?
I mean, I would hope so, because once again, we're trying to justify exactly what's happening. So that could be the play. But I don't know, man. I feel like those are awkward conversations to have, though, especially in your interview because I'm sure Trent Baalke is going to be there. So what? Shad Khan's going to go, hey, Ben, do you want to work with Trent Baalke? And Ben Johnson goes, no. They're right to his face. Okay. I mean, maybe. Like, I don't know how those conversations work.
Yeah,
but
tough conversations, right?
Yeah, tough conversations. But to kind of go back to Hamby's question of, like, how does it come into place? Like, is it the GM first? Is it the head coach first? Hamby, I think it all kind of varies. It's more of like, what is the pressing need? And the pressing need right now is the head coach, I think. Like, GM, whatever. Take care of it when you can. I'm more concerned right now about the head coach. And usually, if you bring in the biggest coveted, the highest coveted head coach, which is probably Ben Johnson, you kind of cater to what he wants more than make Ben Johnson kind of fit what you're trying to do. Because he is that high of a commodity. Like, say Ben Johnson goes to Jacksonville, he interviews, right? Okay. Well, Ben, we got Trent Baalke here. We want to do this. Like, are you interested? Then say Ben Johnson goes to Chicago. And Chicago goes, you know what? Do it. Like, who do you want for a GM?
That's the really interesting thing about Ben Johnson is because, if you ask the national media, they would say the Bears and the Jags are the two teams that they've been rumored the most, at least. Well, both those teams already have GMs. Everybody else, a lot of those teams don't, where he would kind of be able to have influence on who he wants. But the two biggest spots for Ben Johnson, we got Ryan Poles in Chicago, and we got Baalke still here.
It's just that's a good point. That's a good point. They're doing the same thing there.
Yeah.
And by the way, they're doing the same thing in New England with Wolf. Wolf staying.
Right.
That's an interesting. See,
so people were like, well, we're the better job, but we have Baalke. Well, they almost cross each other out because they have polls.
Yeah, and by the way, hasn't had a great record. Like
Right.
that's a good, Hammy. That's a really good point. Like, we're talking about apples to apples here in a lot of these situations. And
but one is Trent Baalke, and one. I mean, we don't know. I don't know how people feel about Ryan Poles. I really don't.
No, but the point
I know
is,
Bears fans want him gone, but
I will again. I'm going to continue to say this. I don't think the league and everybody in the league thinks Baalke the way everybody in Jacksonville thinks about Baalke. Is my point.
Okay.
So no, listen. I'm not telling you that some don't. I'm just saying I don't think. But here's the thing: would Chicago give Ben Johnson the luxury of saying, "No, I want to bring my own GM too"? Is Shad going to give? And what I would remind folks is he gave Urban Meyer the keys to not just the football program, but the building. I mean, he gave him power beyond power. He gave him the power to build the Miller Electric Center. He gave him power that he hadn't given power to before. So if he really wants Ben Johnson, I would say and suggest that Shad, if he has those conversations, would be, hey, Ben, we want you. Ben's like, listen, I have a lot of respect for Trent Baalke. I just think we can do better. And I think we need to bring somebody else in. I think he would give way to that. And I think maybe that's another example of leaving the door open in this statement and not being so profound with the statement, so adamant with the statement for Trent Baalke. Now, again, we get in 2 hours' time, we're going to find out if all this is a moot conversation because words will speak louder than a statement. Sentiment and how body language is and tone will be louder than a statement. We'll get a little bit of that from Shad Khan coming up in a couple hours.
Brent, let me ask you this. Do you think that Shad Khan, since he gave all the power to Urban Meyer, is now going to take the power away and be like, I don't want to give out power again? So this is why Trent Baalke's here. Ben, either you work with him or we'll find somebody else. Like, is Shad Khan hesitant now to turn over the keys again, to give the reins? Because let's look at it like this. I'm not sure what the market was like for Urban Meyer. It was the ultimate risk. Right, and I get like it had to look sweet on Urban Meyer's side to be like, hey, come to Jacksonville, we got what you need. I get all that. It went so astronomically bad. What's to stop Shad Khan from saying, well, I'm not doing that. I'm not making that mistake again. I'm not going to give somebody all the power again. We got Trent Baalke here. Learn to work with them or find somebody else.
Yeah, I think what you just said, that's a fascinating discussion. I don't think we know. I would also suggest that I don't think anybody's getting the power Urban ever got ever again, but that doesn't mean you don't have some power. Like the power of picking your own GM or working with your own GM is totally different than the power of like the whole damn building, which is what really Urban had too much power. And I don't think he'll ever do that again. And also, I think this is the reason why you build more infrastructure. I really believe this time infrastructure is coming on top of GM Trent Baalke. I think it's an EVP or whatever you want to call it or anything else. So, it'll be interesting. Like, again, I think these are all plausible scenarios. Like, how does this play out? I don't know how it plays out, but we also don't know exactly what Ben Johnson thinks. I think the Jags are potentially, though, missing a really good opportunity if they don't get Ben Johnson to bring guys like Brunell, to have Baselius. part of the front office. Like, they're really missing an opportunity. Like, again, I know we jokingly say it about the article, but that's where this article went, right? Guys that got it. Like, as big a part of that article was Dan Campbell, it was also Spielman, and a guy who got it, who had been there, and people kind of revered. Fans revered. So that's where the Baselli, Brunell. Now, listen, I always think that stuff comes with a big risk. Look what just happened in New England. New England can have Mayo be there. He gets it, but you got to fire him someday. You could have Vrabel come in. He gets it. Got to fire him someday. You have Tom Coughlin come back. You got to be willing to fire him someday, and they were. With Baselli, as one of the really friends of the franchise, like, I think this is one thing that holds you reluctant to do it if you're Shad Khan, is like, you can hire, but there's a good chance in the NFL you end up firing at some point, which is why I've always said you put Baselli in a position that's really unfireable. You can kind of just move him around. EVP might not be actually the title. It might be something else, but it's a part of the front office. It's a part of the structure. So, again, there's a lot of elements here. We just hadn't been able to get that far and deep into it because we didn't know the job would fully be open, and now it is, and now you can get into that. One other thing to remember here again, the Lions won last night, which means the interviews can start as soon as Wednesday virtually. So I got to believe the Jags have a request in for Ben Johnson and many more as it begins this cycle. And I was reading something this week, and I had we're going to have to go over it. I think it was an ESPN article, and it really had all the dates. The hiring process is so spread out now. This is not going to be imminent. This is going to take a little bit of time. This is a process. It's not, Urban was different in many respects because he was the guy who wanted to go after him. He wasn't coaching anywhere. You got to do all the other things. But even in the last couple of years since that hire, the rules have changed a little bit. They've elongated the process, and some people around the league don't like that. But there's a really good chance. Remember, Doug didn't get hired, I think, until February 3rd or February 4th. That's like after the Senior Bowl, right before the Super Bowl. And so if there was that mindset before of, oh no, what if Ben Johnson goes to the Super Bowl? Well, guys are getting hired around that time anyway now. So now you don't have to worry about that as much. You're not catching up to anything. One of the reasons why I don't think he fired anybody in the middle of the season. You've got plenty of real estate. You've got plenty of runway to be able to work your operation and work your search. And you're going to have competition. We know that. But you don't have as much competition as maybe we thought. No Indianapolis, no Miami in that competition. So now it's the Patriots, who could definitely be destined for Vrabel. It's going to be the Saints, who don't. That's like the worst job probably to take right now. The Jets comes with a lot of different things. Chicago, certainly an appealing job. But the Jags are right up there right now. We thought there could be as many as 9 jobs. There's not going to be that many. We don't know what's going on with Dallas. We'll see what happens there. But there could be, at least right now, we think there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 job openings in the league, right? And I guess I'd be surprised if that's it, but that might be it. That might be it this cycle with only 5 jobs. So, and the Jags certainly, you feel, are in a really good spot on the list of those jobs, even with Baalke. I guess that's important to remember. That doesn't make it right. It's important to remember. Hey, I want to get to something real quick, and maybe you guys, maybe this didn't come off very well, but someone, which actually I like that handle, someone on Twitter says, Brent, you arrogantly suggesting the guy from Cali is coming back is exactly the issue here in Jax. You have no respect for the fans. Fans have been taken advantage of for too long. People like you and Shad are in for one rude awakening this upcoming season. And I would say, well, first of all, to say I don't have respect for the fans, I don't even need to listen to that part. But this wasn't a disrespect to the guy coming in from California. We think that's amazing. We have a guy from North Carolina who listens to the show a lot, Joe. He comes in for the games. There are a lot of people that do that. Heck, there are people from London that come in for these games. You're missing the point of the conversation. The point of the conversation was, if you bring Ben Johnson in, Austin, right? You think the most important hire is the head coach. If you bring Ben Johnson in, that actually does sell tickets. That actually does create excitement. That creates, we could build what happened in Detroit. That's just the reality. That's not saying because of Baalke, everybody's going to go to the ticket office. No, it's just the reality of the NFL. In a month from now, if we're talking about Ben Johnson, the head coach, our tone here in Jacksonville is totally different than it is right now. That's just reality. And why do I know that? We've lived through it. I mean, we've lived through this many times. We've lived through some kind of lukewarm hires, and you still build excitement. Forget about if you go get a guy that really is excitable. And I mean, Urban carried some excitement and intrigue, but also oof, right? Doug Marrone, I don't think carried that. Coughlin was interesting part of it. I think Gus Bradley, nobody really knew who he was. Mike Mularkey didn't carry the, oh yeah, let's go. Ben Johnson
Urban had all the excitement.
Yeah, but also polarization. Ben Johnson will carry excitement in a uniform march to we're going to get a Super Bowl trophy. With or without Baalke is my point of that. Unless you guys disagree.
I mean, I don't disagree, but like I'm not going to tell somebody, like I'm not going to question someone's fandom or what they're saying, because I get sometimes people can get frustrated with ownership. Like look at the Knicks back in the day. Like it didn't matter who they brought in for a coach or how exciting or the players were. Like people just hated on the owner, the guy that oversaw the Knicks, and like that I'm sure ticket sales were affected. Speaking about this guy from California, who obviously I have no idea who this dude is, like maybe he's just to the point where he doesn't trust the organization with the ownership, which is a shame because this ownership has kept the Jacksonville Jaguars in Jacksonville. He has done his part to assure everyone that the Jaguars aren't leaving. And that should be the most important story out of anything, really, even this past year, is the fact that you got a team to cheer for in Jacksonville for years and years to come. But, I mean, would a head coach coming in like Ben Johnson just wash everything over and everybody forget about it? Maybe, man. Like, I don't know, Brent. You got a better idea than I do. But, like, I don't know. If someone says they're not going to come, I guess I got to take them at their words. I don't know this dude.
Yeah, listen, I mean, I think this is one example. First of all, I think he's crazy to come to 3 games from California to begin with. All right? I'm just talking about in the grand scheme of things, there's 2 things that really rally a fan base. And this has been at the college level or the NFL level. A head coach and like a quarterback. Right? Those are the things that actually get people excited. And so I just disagree. I think we live in a moment right now. We're living in the moment. And that's okay. There's plenty of angst around here. And I'm on board with that angst. I'm just telling you, if they get Ben Johnson, there's going to also be excitement. Like that trumps things.
Even if it wasn't Ben Johnson, as long as it's somebody that people have heard of, people would be more excited going into 2025 with a new coach than they would with Doug Pederson in the 4th year. It does not matter who the head coach is. Unless it's somebody that you've never heard of. There's more excitement, at least at the beginning of the season, for what you could potentially and hope and all these things for a new coach than regardless of anything else, Baalke or not, if you run it back with a 4th season of the guy that you've had already for 3.
Okay, I mean, yeah, if you keep Trent Baalke and Doug Pederson, yeah, people aren't going to be excited. But I also disagree that it doesn't matter who the coach is that you bring in, people will be excited. I disagree wholeheartedly. I think it has to be Ben Johnson or even Cohen, whatever you may say, but it has to be one of those guys, because if it's not, then watch the narrative flip to, they couldn't get the top guy, even though all these NFL executives and everything are saying Jacksonville is the most admirable spot. Why couldn't they get it? Because of Trent Baalke. And it's not just living in the moment. I think people's frustration here with Shad Khan, it's not living in the moment. It's been moment after moment after moment that's led up to this. Like, people have memories. Like, it's not just being a victim of circumstance. It's being a victim of how many years now in Jacksonville where just things have kind of not worked out like they're supposed to.
Yeah, listen, everybody's got a right to do all that stuff. I guess I'm just trying. There's a fine line between, and listen, I've had a bunch of people already say, hey, I'm not renewing. I think that's very plausible. I think this is going to be a season ticket impact thing, but I also think circumstances and things change that on a dime, is my point. I mean, well, you're just saying it. I mean, there have been many, many chances to get off the bus the last 15 years, right? And people stay on overall. I mean, again, do some people come off? Absolutely. And then other people get on. And I think it's going to be a challenge at the moment right now to sell this football team in 2025. I also think that moment will have a change when that head coach does get hired. And that might be false hope and everything else, but it does go back to hope that whoever this new person is does shed some hope on an organization that right now feels a bit hopeless once again on this Monday.
Brent, let me ask you this. If it's not Johnson or Cohen, what will the fan base, like what will the fan reaction be then? If we get a head coach where it's not like was on anybody's radar?
Yeah, it's Brian Flores.
Yeah, hey, hold that. Okay, let's take a break and hold that. No, I like that because I actually do. Is there a candidate out there that gets like no buzz? Right? That's like, oof, what are we doing? Right? Because here's the deal.
Oh, yeah.
Right now, Shad's made some moves that's like, oof, what are we doing? I mean, I could sit here again. It's not the first time I've done this year. It's like, what are we doing in Jacksonville? I have said those words about 4 times this year. What are we doing in Jacksonville?
Ryan Nielsen in-house promotion. Let's go.
Oh my gosh.
Let's go.
We'll talk about it when we come back.
Brent, I said it in the offseason, the guy's got to make up to be a head coach one day.
We do have some sound that we'll hear from some of the players in the locker room. I want to get to some of that. It's already out there on social media too, but we'll also put some of that in our show today and, of course, throughout the day, CBS 47 and Fox 30. Shad was at the game yesterday in Indianapolis, but by all accounts that we understand, he did not come to Jacksonville to make this announcement. So whether it was a phone conversation, a Zoom conversation, or whatever conversation, we think he was back in Chicago when he made that decision, or at least told Doug Pederson about it here this morning. It was a long night for the Jacksonville Jaguars. And Doug Pederson's been fired. Trent Baalke is staying. Shad Khan and Trent Baalke talk coming up at 2 o'clock today. And, of course, we'll have that for you with our Action Sports Jacks platforms. When it's time to get a new car for anyone in your family, just remember, nobody but Nimnick, the #1 Buick GMC dealer in Jacksonville. Get the latest price breaks on 2023 and 2024 models or the newest 2025 vehicles in the showroom on Phillips Highway or shop online at NimnickBuickGMC.com 24 hours a day. GMC Sierras, Yukons, and the redesigned Acadias, or get the all-new redesigned line with Buicks. It's nobody but Nimnick, and part of the reason why is this is a first-class buying experience here at Nimnick Buick GMC. You're not just a customer, you're a friend. This is about getting a vehicle that best fits you and getting you on the road, and also helping you and your family down the road. Nimnick has a treating you right guarantee, courtesy, respect, fairness, and most Buicks, GMCs, and Jacksonville's only Car Bravo dealer, nobody but Nimnick. Who has put in the most years and stands behind a better experience? Nobody but Nimnick. GMC, we are professional grade.
Another exciting week of basketball for the Ospreys of North Florida, both at home and on the road. The men's basketball team started off the week on Thursday at home with a 115-83 win over Warner. It was a huge night for Ospreys freshman Josh Harris, who dropped 26 on 11 of 14 shooting to go along with his 14 boards in 27 minutes. Then on Saturday, the Ospreys traveled to Statesboro to take on Georgia Southern. UNF found themselves down 17 in the second half, but came storming back to force overtime. Unfortunately, the Ospreys couldn't complete the full comeback as they fall 93-91. Both the men and the women are back at UNF Arena this week as the men take on UNC Greensboro and the women take on UNC Asheville. Both games are on Saturday. And remember, you can find schedules, results, tickets, and more at UNFOspreys.com.
I've been telling you about CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing for a long time now. Their drinking water systems remove up to 99% of contaminants.
We've had a Connecticut water softener and drinking water system in our home for more than 7 years. You can see the difference whether you're washing clothes, the dishes, or what I like to do most, fill this up for some coffee every morning, and mostly all day. Remember, if you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter.
Right now, save $1,000 or more when you bundle a Connecticut Premier Softener with a Connecticut K5 drinking water system. The experts at CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing will test your water for free and determine your water score. Don't know your water score? CGC will find out and recommend the appropriate Connecticut water treatment solutions so you can improve it. Call 904-552-1242 or visit cgcwater.com. Ask about our 90-day love it or leave it guarantee. CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, an authorized independent Connecticut dealer. Florida license number CFC 1432579.
When it comes to trucks, I know exactly what I want. And at Bozard Ford, they make it easy to get exactly that. Let's go make this truck a little more my style. With Bozard Built, I can create my perfect truck right here. Lift kit? Check. Premium wheels? You bet. Advanced lighting package? Oh yeah. The Bozard team works their magic. From bumper to tailgate, I'm making this truck mine. It's everything that I wanted and more. From the field to the gym to weekend adventures. This truck's built for my journey. Bozard Built. Customized for your lifestyle, built to exceed your expectations. Check out the inventory and available options at bozardbuilt.com. Unleash your dream ride. Customized, covered, and Bozard approved.
New to town or always been in town? Everyone is always looking for a good pizza place. Our place is Donato's Pizza.
We love it and still do love it. When I tell my family I'm coming to Donato's, they say, wait a minute, you got to order some for us. So this is not all for me. Let me tell you what the Martineaus get when we put an order in. Well, pepperoni pizza, we usually get more than one of these. And then there's the works, a little bit of everything. And then this is the pizza that can be polarizing for some out there. I don't know why. Hawaiian pizza, some love it, some don't. At Donato's, you're going to love it, especially with that cinnamon sprinkled on top. Try the pizza my family likes or try your favorite. Right now, you can use the code BRENT20 and get 20% off your order. Every viewer and listener is important to us, and at Donato's Pizza, every piece is important. From fresh ingredients to the dedicated team members and you, the valued customer. Donato's Pizza, where every piece comes together for a winning combination. Jack's Beach and Mandarin locations, Donato's Pizza, every piece is important.
Welcome back to the Brent and Austen Show, streaming on the Action Sports Jax 24/7 network.
Well, there's Press Taylor, Jaguars offensive coordinator, and obviously the staff is going to be retooled, at least on the offensive side. Does the defensive staff stay at all, or how does that work? And sometimes you'll see pieces of the folks stay. I will say this, and I know it's not top of mind, but don't you have to really look at keeping Heath Farwell and special teams? They've been really good on special teams. So I would think that. Now, it's not going to be like a make or break thing, but I would think Heath Farwell should get a lot of attention to stay. In a way, I feel for Press Taylor. I think he got thrown in the middle of this thing, Austin. And I don't know if it's hurt his career. I think Doug was trying to do right by him, and I think it backfired all the way back in Indianapolis last year. I will say, I feel like even when it's a really weird thing for me because I'm around these guys, not in the building, but on trips and stuff like that. And I would think over the years, I really have pretty good relationships with most of the people in the building and things like that, or at least just cordial. And I will say, I felt a little awkward around a guy like even Press Taylor. I mean, I wouldn't blame Press Taylor for I'm sure he's seen some of the stuff we've said and people have said and how he's become a topic in all this. And that's okay. That's just the nature of it. I would just say it was the first time I've really felt in 16 years of covering the Jags a little awkward around some of the, like a guy like Taylor, because I really don't think this was Taylor's fault. I think he just got thrown in the middle of it where Doug, I thought, made the wrong decision. I think Press Taylor might be a fine coach, might even still be head coach material at some point down the road. But I think Doug, in his effort to pump him up and put him in a good situation to accomplish those goals, I think he might have hurt him.
Yeah, I agree. And is it fair to Press Taylor? I mean, I don't know, man. You put yourself in that position, right? You're offensive coordinator. But once again, this comes down to vision, the foresight, everything, Brent, because we talked about it. Everybody knows this. Doesn't matter if you're a Jaguars fan, if you're just a casual observer. Everybody knew that Doug Pederson calling plays gave you a better opportunity to win football games than Press Taylor calling plays, because we saw it with Doug Pederson. We saw him beat Bill Belichick in the Super Bowl with a backup quarterback in Nick Foles. So when that doesn't happen, that's when ownership, management has to step up and say, Doug, we really appreciate, the friendship that you and Press Taylor have, and we know what you're trying to do here, but you have to call the plays. And if not, then threaten to make a change. And if he doesn't want to go with it, then that shows me, you know what, you're more concerned about relationships than you are about winning football. And it's a performance-based business. Those are conversations that should have been had. And I don't think they were until maybe end of the season.
Yeah, listen, we know this. And this is another way that Baalke and Shad were aligned. They wanted Doug calling plays. That's another way that those guys were on the same side. So if you look at this, there's a little bit of evidence, right? Signing contracts, writing checks, the same guys, knowing the team was good. Baalke, Shad. Who called plays? Baalke, Shad. This was a little bit like, okay, Doug, you got a chance to prove us right. You didn't. And now he's, like you had said at the top of the show, scapegoat. We talked a lot about these different, and listen, scapegoat sounds like he shouldn't have been fired. I'm not suggesting that. I don't think you are suggesting that. It's more that he's the one that gets fired out of the two because of maybe that allegiance and Team Baalke, I guess you would say. Hey, we're going to go until 1 o'clock today. And I got a couple of guys I think we want to hear from in the locker room. Liv just has been flipping around sound, and Stuart and Marcel just got back from the locker room. A lot of players talked. We'll have a lot of that throughout the day. It's already on social media. Just follow Action Sports Jacks. And then I want to play some of it here, and that includes Andre Cisco, who I think we've seen maybe the last of in a Jaguars uniform. Liv said Cisco was really good on the coaching stuff, so let's listen in to Andre Cisco and what he had to say a short time ago.
Really great, man. I think for me, Doug's probably the best head coach I've had. So, for me, I came from Syracuse, came here, had my first year, which wasn't a great year, and then Doug kind of showed me what the NFL is supposed to be like and what it looks like. And his program, the hard work we put in is second to none. So, wherever I end up, whether it's here or somewhere else, whatever program I'm under, he set the foundation for my career in terms of how it's supposed to look and the grind and how you prepare.
Andre, guys seem to say got to learn how to win. But the bulk of this team are guys from 22 who did win.
Mm-hmm.
So how does that fall apart like that? I'm assuming guys didn't forget how to win.
Yeah, it's a good question. I think this is the time to meditate on it. I think all year we're expecting the rock to break at some point, and then got to a point with no return. But I think injuries definitely bit us this year. But I don't know. To be quite honest with you, I think we do, like you said, the core group of guys that were here in 22 when we won are still here. So hopefully we can figure that out.
There's something to be said for fresh start. Do you want a fresh start somewhere else, or do you want to be back here if you have your preference?
I think there's part of a fresh start even here. Now that we'll have a new leadership, but I think for me, a fresh start isn't really an environmental thing. I think you could kind of start fresh by just continuing to hone in on what you want to change about yourself, change about your game, and it's sometimes the environment change is not always the best.
Great. That's Andre Cisco just a short time ago, and Marcel Robinson, Stuart Weber catching up with him along with the rest of the media. Listen, I thought this guy was going to be a breakout guy. He had a bad season, and not good timing. And a contract year could have made himself a lot of money. I don't know what went wrong, Austin. I don't know if it was him. I don't know if it was scheme. But he's one of the reasons why this defense ranks just about dead last in almost every category. It was majorly disappointing. And in my world, Andre Cisco is near the top of the list. Why? And I really like Andre. I thought I had high hopes for him this year, man. I don't know what went wrong, and I don't think he'll be back in a Jags uniform based on his play this past season.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. 'Cause I remember when he got drafted and everything, there was the injury thing. So, people thought that he fell a little bit, but we were all excited and intrigued to what he could bring to this team. And we mentioned it, this was a contract year for him, got to play lights out. And he has shown glimpses in the past of being a guy that you want to have one to be the pillars here in Jacksonville. But for whatever reason, and listen, I have no rhyme or reason why it happened. It's probably a combination of coaching, but also just performance on the field. He kind of fell off, man. And now I think it's going to be, kind of a climb back up to try to cement himself as a bona fide starter and try to get a new contract one day.
Here's another thought on that, okay, as we're looking at Baalke staying. One of the things that Baalke had in his back pocket, even though I don't know if he deserves the credit or the blame for a lot of it, but his first GM job here in Jacksonville, his first year he was with Urban Meyer. And that 2021 class at times has come up roses, right? You've got Trevor. You've got Etienne. You've got Tyson Campbell. You've got Walker Little. You've got Andre Cisco. I think it stops there. So those five guys at times now we're going to sign them all. And they end up signing, really, they've signed four of them. Cisco's the only one they haven't signed. They signed Tyson and Trevor. They signed Walker Little. And they actually kind of signed Etienne because they picked up his fifth year. So, but now you look at it, and Trevor hasn't played hardly much in the last 14 months. And some of the play wasn't great. There's Etienne, lost year. What were they even trying to do with Etienne? Walker Little is going to be the left tackle, but he's in and out because of injury. And then you have Cisco, lost year. And then you got Tyson Campbell, who they paid, but really the last 2 years, he hasn't played like he's getting paid. So, again, even a defender of Trent Baalke, you go to 2021, and Austin, you really can't hang your hat on that one right now.
No, you can't hang your head on that. You can't hang your hat on the free agent class this past season because set aside from Mitch Morse, what else did they bring in free agency?
Nothing. Well,
Okay.
I mean, they did. They brought in Armstead, Darby, but nothing.
I'm aware they brought people
They
in.
got
but my
nothing.
question is exactly. But okay, retain them. Cool.
How much do you think? Do you really give credence to the fact that Shad is being bamboozled in a sense? That Trent plays the political game so well? Because what is he hanging his hat on? Or again, and I want to reiterate, it's been a long time ago when Austen jumped on the show. He's like, listen, I got figured out. They want to, the Khans in their business workings, at least from what we see publicly, have really made a pretty good trend here of saying, here's the scapegoat. Here's the guy that
doesn't want to fall on them. Correct.
It not only doesn't want to fall on them, Austen, I would say it doesn't want to fall on multiple people, right? Like it's more just, okay, it's this person's fault. And then the trickle down there. Like when it's Doug's fault, the whole coaching staff could be impacted,
And for instance, for those of you that missed the first hour, I brought the comparison of how Tony Khan runs operations at AEW. The biggest thing that has happened in AEW that's caused a trickle down effect now with the product that you see on TV is them getting rid of CM Punk, and and I don't want to talk a lot of wrestling here, but I think it should be said because you're seeing kind of the same thing happen now with this football team. CM Punk has a backstage altercation. Tony Khan was there. Tony Khan went on record and saying that he felt threatened for the first time in his life at a wrestling show. That's the direct quote. Now, if someone truly feels threatened, like their life was in danger, you would think, okay, then get him out of here. I don't care how big of a star he is, get him out. But that's not what happened. Tony Khan then talked to this leadership committee, which is like, the EVPs and everything of the wrestling company, the wrestlers themselves, and they all agreed collectively that they would get rid of CM Punk. And when it was time to let CM Punk go, it wasn't Tony Khan saying, I'm letting CM. It was after going by, this committee, we've all agreed that the best thing for AEW is to let go of CM Punk. And that's had a ripple effect now for the past year, 2 years and some change. I think the same thing can be said now with Shad Khan, where he doesn't want to be the guy that's going to fall on. I think he wants to point the finger and say, hey, guys, the decisions, this is Trent here. Now, the problem with that, though, is that nobody believes in Trent. And nobody is buying the narrative that he's the best candidate still for that job. So the problem with the scapegoat, and once again, I say that term loosely, but that's what it is. It's a scapegoat. The problem with a scapegoat is that it has to be legitimate. Like, it has to be a guy that's like, okay, I guess we can. But nobody's going to. If this goes bad again, Brent, no one's blaming Trent Baalke anymore. Everyone's going to point the finger at Shad Khan. And that's why, on top of many other reasons why this is an issue, it's because you don't have the foresight to see, man, I hope this goes well. I hope you get Ben Johnson. I hope you can come in and turn this whole thing around. And we're not even talking about this. We're just laughing at the dark days of the Jacksonville Jaguars and we're on the playoffs and Super Bowls and all this stuff. But if this does go wrong again, there is no pointing at Trent Baalke and saying it was his fault. It's going to fall directly on Shad Khan. And I don't want that for him.
Yeah. Again, you have that. That's an interesting tie with the wrestling. I don't know any of that stuff. I don't pay attention to that degree, but I think it's very interesting. And again, what we're
Scrap House, 7 o'clock, Brent.
Scrap House, 7 o'clock on Wednesdays, you bet. Right here on the Action Sports Jacks 24/7 network. Listen, because of one of my big beefs with the Jags organization this past year was transparency, but it's really not just this past year. It was, you go all the way back to Coughlin where he kind of shut the doors, shut the hallways, shut everything. So you got really no perspective. That's the way he operates, by the way. He's had a lot of success doing that. I can respect it. I just think in hindsight, it becomes an issue. And then on top of that, there was the pandemic. And then on top of it this year, again, very little relationship stuff in and out of the building between Trent Baalke, Doug Pederson and everyone, whether it's us in the media, whether it's other people. It doesn't have to be me. I'm not saying, when I say relationships, like, oh, I don't have a relationship. I don't care about that. I don't care about going to lunch with these guys, playing golf with these guys, whatever. I'm just saying, I can only give you the example of the 4 years of Gus Bradley and Dave Caldwell, where you got insight on what they were kind of thinking. Off the record kind of stuff. Now, Doug did do an off the record, but and that's appreciative too. I don't want to sound like, but I don't know how much we learned in the off the record. Sometimes you learn a little nugget here or there. But relationships are even different than that. And you get involved in the bill, you get to see what they were thinking. And you can agree or not agree still. Like, that's okay. I would talk to Dave Caldwell a lot. But I also didn't necessarily always buy what he was thinking. And I like Dave Caldwell a lot. So that's just the nature of our job, is to kind of filter some of that out. My point is, over those years, since Coughlin, pandemic, Urban, and now even here, you don't get a lot of that. We don't in the media, but I would say inside the building, I would say outside the building, it just doesn't feel like there's a lot of transparency. And what you're left to, what I'm getting to, is you're left to kind of think about and say what Austin's saying. You're left with news conferences and sound bites and statements and kind of this cloak of secrecy with, like, what's really going on. And then that's why I think the Baalke stuff really gets inflamed, because that becomes agenda driven inside the building. That becomes, oh, I don't like this guy. All it takes is one person. It takes one person inside. That becomes fact. Look what we had earlier this year. Hey, he lost the locker room. Doug lost the locker room, right? That was the thing for about a week and a half because somebody said it. I fully believe that was agent to a player in the Jags locker room. And the player was probably like, I don't like the way, I should be playing more or something like that. And then that becomes, he's lost the locker room. And it just becomes a thing. Well, I think it's pretty clear by the way they played down the stretch, not winning, but at least battling and trying to win all this stuff. He didn't lose the locker room. Like, in hindsight, Doug didn't lose the locker room. So
he kept it too much.
He might have kept it too much at times. So anyway, I just think, man, that when you don't really know what's going on, and this is where I credit Shad for keeping everything so tight, but I also think it can work against you a little bit. And what happens is you start figuring out, okay, what is it then? What are we missing? This isn't even logical. And that's where we are today. Like, why is Trent Baalke still here? And you know what else you do? Is you really get that guy in a villain role. And I think it's a bit unfair to him. Like I just said about Press Taylor. Press Taylor got put in a villain role, and he got put there by Doug Pederson, even though Doug was trying to do the right thing by him. And now the guy that's been in the villain role multiple times is really Trent Baalke. There's an angst against this man because he keeps getting opportunities. The bottom line is, in the NFL world, he shouldn't have this opportunity here in 2025. You can argue whether he should have had it in 2021, 2022, but he definitely shouldn't have it in 25. That's just the way the league works. But for some reason, it's not the way Shad works. And we're trying to figure it out.
Shad Khan's never worked like this, though. And this is the problem. And listen, Shad Khan's a self-made man. And I get that he probably became a self-made man, became a billionaire, became a very powerful individual because he thought outside the box. More power to you. That's what it takes to run a great business. That's what it takes to become a billionaire. Got to think outside the box. I can point to time and time again where this team has tried to do things outside the box. They have done things that other NFL teams wouldn't do. Or they should do things that NFL teams would do, and they don't do them. Long story short, it's always outside the box thinking. This is exhibit T, whatever, of that being done by maintaining Trent Baalke. And I get it. The person was maybe Urban Meyer outside the box. Yeah, that failed, right? It didn't work out. But at some point, as an owner, you got to look at, we got to go with the status quo. We have to fall in line of what other NFL teams do, okay? If we get blown out by the Detroit Lions, then make a change. Not saying fire your head coach, but do something. You know why? Because every other NFL team probably would have done that, okay? So you can't have this outside the box thinking anymore because it's not working. All right. I get that you want to be different. I get that the innovators out there, the habitual line steppers, like they always get the glory, and it's like they always can turn things around, and sometimes they can, but that's not the scenario right now. Okay. And we can point to so many things that have showed that it's not the way to do things. So, and I can't believe like I'm saying it like this, but I just hope it comes to the time, Brent, where it's just like, why can't we just be like every other team? Why can't we just fall in line and not try to do things a special way or a different way or a unique way, because it's not working. And the record, most importantly, indicates that.
All right, we're going to do this. Well said, by the way. And that's kind of why we argued, please don't get the number one pick. Please don't get the number one pick. Just be like a normal team and just be like, get the 8th pick. Get the 12th pick. Well, they got the 5th pick overall for 2025, and maybe a selling point, a building block. Great. Always a good selling point here in Jacksonville because you got a draft pick and money to spend. How about wins and wins and wins and wins, and everybody wants to be a part of a winner? That's the next part of this, okay? Can we get that? Can they find that? And what's it going to take to get there? Well, it might take Eric Armstead playing where he should be playing. Coming out of the locker room, this is probably the loudest statement of the day, not necessarily
I can't wait
directly related to Doug Pederson, but we're not letting this show go without an Eric Armstead story. Here he is in the locker room about playing the inside, not the edge. 2 minutes of Eric Armstead now.
I haven't, not started in a long time. It was a position change for me. So, next year, got a lot planned. So I'll just leave it at that.
Do you prefer inside, outside? I mean, what is the ideal spot for you moving ahead?
Yeah, I'm gonna move back inside next year. That's gonna be my plan. That was what I wanted to do, this season as well too. But there's situations that you have to deal with, in this league, and so I'm gonna switch back inside, which was what I wanted to do this season, and I'm gonna be back playing to, an elite player that I know I can be.
How difficult was that change, especially while you were navigating injury?
Yeah, it's tough, coming off injury, coming off of, changing position, being in a new situation. But, like I said, this league, provides adversity. And, I'm someone who has been through, I feel like, every situation that you can go through in the league, and I've always overcome it. And, you can look at the history of my career and the different situations I've been in. I've been in a situation like this before where I had to, kind of break out of something and overcome it. And I'm excited to do that next year.
Oh, my gosh. Goodness.
Brent, I'm going to lose my damn mind on this.
Go ahead. You can go.
Yeah, Austin, this is your time.
Mind.
I already got a headache. I don't feel that good. It's been a long night. Take us out of here with, what in the world?
How much time I got? 2 minutes?
Yeah, 3 minutes.
We can go longer if we need to on social media, by the way.
Just go longer. Yeah. Oh, wow. Okay, so listen. Trent Baalke drafted Eric Armstead, yeah?
Well, signed him, yeah. Oh, no, drafted him back in San Fran. Oh,
San Francisco.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think he did, yeah.
Trent Baalke knows who Eric Armstead is. Now, listen, I know I'm the type of guy on this show that always wants to pound his chest when he was right, and wants to celebrate everything. I remember the conversation that we had in training camp when there was rumors saying that Eric Armstead might be a defensive end. And I put those rumors to rest really quick. Do you know why? Because I watched a 5-minute YouTube highlight video of Eric Armstead and told you that it wasn't going to work out at defensive end. Even though, and I forgot who the guy was in the comments, said, well, look at the stats when he's playing defensive end. And then what did I say? Watch the highlight video on YouTube, because all his production came from stunts, came from blitzes, never came from playing just straight up defensive end. And I said it was going to be a bad idea. It was a 5-minute YouTube video. And what happens this season? Thought it was close to it.
I thought
what happens?
It was a bad idea. It was a. It was 5 minutes.
But then,
sorry.
What happens this season, though? He plays defensive end, much to everyone's chagrin, saying it's not where it belongs. But they went through with it. If anybody knew what Eric Armstead could do, it should be the guy that drafted him and then the guy that brought him here to Jacksonville. This isn't a Ryan Nielsen problem. This is a Trent Baalke problem. He should have never been defensive end in the first place. And if you need to tell me this was Ryan Nielsen's idea, hey, Trent Baalke, how about you be a GM and step up and say, I think he's better suited as a 3 technique because, well, I drafted him, and number 2, I brought him to Jackson. Unbelievable.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
Honestly, I got so lost on this conversation over the year that I didn't know if Armstead was the one that we were blaming for putting in his contract. He wanted to play edge, but it was Baalke that said it. I can't even remember which is which. But obviously, Armstead now saying, I got to get back to playing inside. It's like, I mean, listen, the rotational stuff. I'm going to give you. This is where this coaching staff. I said it earlier in the show. They're grasping for straws. We're staying a little later. If you're on the Action Sports Jacks, are we going to go through on the network too for a couple minutes, or will it flip over? Probably flips over on the network. So if you want to keep watching for a couple more minutes, then we'll say goodbye here on social media. You can. We have the luxury of doing that, so we're going to do it. But I just said at the middle of the show somewhere, I was like, this coaching staff did look like it was grasping for things at times, Austin. And it was almost like they were reading the press clippings. They were listening to the stuff. And it took 2 weeks for them to say, hey, maybe everybody's right. We're getting questions nonstop. Everybody's talking about throw it to Brian Thomas Jr. And all of a sudden he went from like 3 targets over a game or two to 12, 13 targets, and then look what happened. It was, hey, rotationally, it's one thing to play a rotation because everybody does that up front, but why aren't your best players on the field in big spots? Like, you can play a rotation and still put your best players in. And then this one, why isn't Armstead playing on the inside? It was a constant conversation. And even when he did have a play or two, it was from the inside. So
how many videos did I show you, Brent, of like, I don't know what he's doing. I don't know why he's here. And I'm going to talk about videos like off the show we had conversation.
Well, listen, and there's 2 things about this now. Armstead, in my opinion, and I don't know Armstead well enough, but he disappointed in a lot of respects of what I anticipated him to be. On the field, even in the locker room to a degree. But now you start to wonder, is that a little unfair to him? He knew where he should be playing, right? He knew where he should be playing, and they're playing him in the wrong spot. Like, I just said this at some point in the show, too. Wherever you work, wherever you are, you want to be put in a position to be successful at what you do or what you think you're good at or how you can help the team, how you can help your business, your company. I mean, come on. That's coaching 101. And if this guy wanted to be there, who knows? Is that real? But we all know he's best to be there. But somewhere in this whole thing, Baalke, Nielsen, Doug, Armstead, somewhere in there, he didn't play to where he should be playing, in part because they had nobody else, Austin. We knew for in March they were not deep enough on the edge. You know what the luckiest thing that happened to this franchise this year was? Josh Hines-Allen and Trayvon Walker stayed healthy, or it would have been even worse. Somehow it could have even been worse on defense. They didn't have anybody to jump in their place.
And you had Travis Gibson, but then you felt the need to trade him away because I guess you were happy with Eric Armstead at the edge.
So anyway, these are just things. This is why you get fired. But I also think there is an attachment here to Baalke from an X's and O's standpoint, from a signing standpoint. He is very much responsible for this too. And that will go back to, I think YB400 said it, alignment. An organization that gets a player has a plan for a player. I asked this to Doug yesterday in the press conference. How much of this was your X's and O's and your guys not making plays, and how much of this was your plan just did not work? Well, guess what? The Eric Armstead plan did not work, and that's on everybody in the building, including the GM. When you pay that kind of money, you get that kind of production, and he's not playing in the right spot, that's even on the GM. And that GM, by the way, is staying in Jacksonville right now, as the owner told us earlier this morning.
Nobody should know a player better than the guy who drafted him. And if you didn't have the foresight, if I could have the foresight in a 5-minute YouTube video, if the Jacksonville fans could have the foresight after seeing 2 games at the edge for Eric Armstead and say he doesn't work there, but Trent Baalke can't go, maybe I made a mistake and maybe I should move him back down the inside, then what the hell are we doing? Honestly. And then on top of it, go and have the press conference. Go ahead and tout out Trent Baalke then. The guy who was responsible or had something to do with it with one of your biggest free agent, signings saying, yeah, I wasn't playing where I should have been playing. That wasn't my call, though. Somebody else's call.
But what it makes you wonder, okay, is who else feels this way? Who else feels this way? Does Josh Hines-Allen feel like I shouldn't have put on that weight? Does Cisco, I shouldn't have put on that? Does Devin Lloyd, I shouldn't have put on that? Does Foye, I shouldn't have been playing weak side? Does on the offensive side, does Trevor feel this way about the offense, how they were using the offense, what they were doing on offense, right? So
scapegoats, Brent. It was all Ryan Nielsen's fault. It was all Doug Pederson's fault. Trent Baalke, wash your hands. You're all good. We'll see you at the press conference.
We got
That's
some
what it's
breaking.
going to be.
I don't know. Whiskey Mike in California saying need to speak about the breaking news from John Shipley. Does he have breaking news? I don't know what that is. Let's see if there is any, or if he's. I don't know if he's pointing me in the right direction or not.
He put out an article.
Oh, prominent Jaguars coaching candidate on keeping Trent Baalke. Let's go down this here. They place this is from John Shipley, by the way, who writes on SI.com. I got to get through this, so hang with me. Part of a hiring. Coaching community was on notice in 2022. Sports Illustrated reached out to a prominent candidate, mentioned multiple times as potential answer for the Jaguars' future. The coach was asked about the impact of retaining Baalke and replied, quote, for the Jaguars to change direction, you have to actually change direction. Retaining Trent Baalke greatly diminishes my interest in that job. Lots of promise, but same roadblocks. It's pretty interesting. I don't know who he'd be talking about. I can't imagine, with all due respect to John, he's getting Ben Johnson or any of those guys right yet, but maybe he is. Maybe he's able to get to the folks that are helping them out. So, listen, you've been saying this about players, a lot of groupthink about that. That's not going to stop the groupthink. And does that take somebody off the board? Does that take other people off the board? We'll see. We'll see. And listen, I will say, I thought about this right away this morning when Shad Khan made this move, and what I thought that he had in his back pocket versus what we have in our back pocket when it comes to this is we have a lot of groupthink and a lot of speculation that Baalke would be a problem in this. But he went through this whole process, Austin, in 2022, a 42-day process where he interviewed like a bunch of people. Mm-hmm. And so didn't he have, coming out of that, a feel for whether Baalke was a problem or not? Well, obviously not a big enough problem because he kept him. But you would think if that was a little bit of a problem then, that would convince him to say now, okay, he can't be a part of it this time around. So he obviously didn't feel that from the people enough to change course there. And I'm not saying that doesn't eliminate everybody. We know that. There'll be interviews for this job and people that want the job. But obviously this is an example from John that you could also limit the pool a little bit by Baalke. Is exactly what a lot of people are saying. Good news to end the show on those two fronts, Eric Armstead and now this one.
Yeah, man. I'll tell you what, man. You thought I did have motivation before to go train. Oh, man. I better sign some waivers to make sure no one gets hurt tonight because holy crap, bro.
I hope it goes well. Hey, listen, here's the deal. Obviously, big news in Jacksonville today, and we're not done. We've been on since 9:15 this morning. We're actually stuff in the news at CBS 47 and Fox 30. We'll continue to do that from 4 p.m., 5 p.m., 6 p.m., 7 o'clock. Jags Report Live. Obviously, will be a huge part of this today in Jack's Beach. Come on out to String Sports Brewery. Have a drink with us. You might need one. 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock tonight on TV, too. Really a big thanks for jumping in here on the show and joining the conversation. We had over 1,000 messages here in the conversation. So
probably close to 15 now.
Yeah, probably close to 1,500 now. Appreciate you being a part of it. Over 20,000 folks on Twitter alone. So appreciate you jumping in when there's big news here with Action Sports Jax 24/7 Network, the Brent Austen Show. And, of course, this is just the beginning of the conversation, right? We'll get more from Shad Khan and Trent Baalke at 2 o'clock today. If there's anything major coming out of that, I won't hesitate to probably pop back on here on the network. So we'll see if there's anything like
comments coming in, Brent.
So we might even do something like that. We'll see. But definitely tomorrow we'll be back at it 10 a.m. until 1 p.m. Austin, go get a good workout in, man. Hit that bag a little harder.
Oh, don't worry. I will.
Oh, if you said you too, did he say you too? I ain't getting a workout in, okay? I'm going to drink another coffee. Hamby, thanks for hanging out with us. 2 o'clock, remember, that's the news conference, a Zoom call. We'll see what happens there, and we'll have the latest for you. Thanks for hanging out with us on the Brent Austen Show here on this Monday. Doug Pederson out. Trent Baalke staying. Shad Khan answering some questions in less than an hour. Have a good one, everybody. It's the place we party in football season with Jaguars All Access. Welcome to String Sports Brewery, everybody. Say hello to our guest tonight. That is Trevor Lawrence. You can bring your party or event to String Sports Brewery in Springfield any day and any time. Rehearsal dinners, corporate events, birthdays. Here at Strings, you can enjoy the inside area and the outside area. Good for any weather, good for any occasion. Watch the games, play the games, shoot some hoops. Beer? Yeah, they have that. Plenty of choices. And sure, this is a brewery, but Strings is also a restaurant, and the food is fantastic. A full menu made from scratch meals. And if you need String Sports Brewery to help with a party at your place, they cater too. Family, beer, food, sports. Spring Sports Brewery in Springfield.
'24 provided plenty of memorable moments for the Jacksonville Armada on the pitch, including another conference championship game appearance for Tommy Krasanovich's under-23 men's team.
Ace it in the dying moments!
Debuting this year for the first time, the girls in blue, as the Armada fielded a women's under-23 side in the WPSL and made its presence known with some highlight moments.
Potential goal of the season!
Then attention turned to the future, with MLS Next teams representing the Armada badge in 3 age divisions this fall, including an under-19 squad ranking among the best in the state. Those teams are a big focus on Fleet and Footy, covering the big soccer stories each week on the Action Sports Jacks 24/7 network.
I'll put one in the back of the net for you.
Join us for player profiles, fun interviews, and the very latest on the Fleet and all things footy. That's every Thursday at 2 p.m.
You trust CGC to make your water great, and now you can trust CGC with your plumbing needs as well. Fast, convenient scheduling, licensed and insured. A quick call away at 904-552-1242.
You never know when you're going to have an issue with a shower, toilet, or maybe it's a sink that sometimes is easy to fix. All right, let's be honest. I'm not fixing anything. I'm totally staging this because when I have a plumbing problem, I call CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing.
Trained professionals, transparent pricing, customer satisfaction. Small problem or even a bigger issue. Right now, save 10% off a new Rinnai tankless water heater. The experts with 25 years of experience at CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing can do it all. Call 904-552-1242 or visit cgcwater.com. For a limited time, CGC is waiving the trip charge on all related plumbing calls. CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, an authorized independent Connecticut dealer. Florida license number CFC 1432579.
Here on Spring Sports Media Day on Action Sports Jack.
It's an opportunity, an education beyond the classroom and the sports arena. Life skills, testing skills, social skills. It's called High School 912, a program focused on maximizing the growth of students in academics, sports, and life. And here's your chance to get involved. If you're a local business, or if you just want to make a donation to help support programs like ACT and SAT boot camps, career days, Leadership Academy, Financial Literacy Academy, and so much more.
Another Nice High School Panther, Jack Cole.
High School 912 supports and hosts high school sporting events and several media days throughout the year. For more information on how you can get involved, visit jackshighschool912.com.
Baker Sports is local sports. Uniforms from Pop Warner and Little League to travel ball, high school, and college. They make you look good. They help you play good. Baker Sports has been helping families make memories that will last a lifetime with their Baker's Buckets. We've got a lot of these filled with baseballs and softballs in the garage. I've been throwing batting practice to Ty and Kaylee for years, and also sit on the Baker's Bucket, catching Kaylee while she practices her pitching. Baker Sports is homegrown, and a lot of employees that used to play on local ball fields now work for Baker Sports, now helping you look good, play good, and make memories of your own. Visit Bakersport.com to see what Baker Sports can do for you. Custom apparel, Nike, Under Armour, Adidas, embroidery, screen printing, and more. Baker Sports is local sports from Jacksonville to anywhere in the Southeast. Bakersport.com.